Hey, Gillick, this is Tony.
Vegetable-ների կերավով բանելով ասով տանեն են ասամոքի պաս ես եմ եք շնացիմ ու եկա
Hi, Gillick, this is Tony. Are you there?
Yeah, hi.
Yes. Can I share my screen just to confirm that my PowerPoint?
Էման
Sure.
ես բանի վրա zoom-ի վրա եմ հետո հա տելեֆոն zoom եմ անում հետո խոսամ ապա okay bye.
Okay, do you see my screen?
No, I don't.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, there we go.
You see it? Okay,
Yeah, go ahead. Make it full screen first. Yeah, there you go.
great. Thank you.
Okay, sure, you're welcome.
Ինձ վրա նստես yəni ինչ տելևիզիոնի վրա նստես
First time using this background.
And your logo should be on backwards for you, right?
Oh,
No, yours is, yes, it's fine,
fine.
but yeah.
all right.
Okay, Mr. Hayek, you have you're for the first item up, right?
yes
Um,
can you hear me
you're on Kings Road, correct?
yes can you
Yeah,
hear
okay,
me?
yeah, we can see you and we can hear you.
okay
Are you gonna have a presentation tonight or no?
I'm just here in case Commissioner have some question for me.
Some
to ask.
questions?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, great. Yeah, if you go ahead and just turn your audio and video off, and then we'll call you if we have any questions for you.
Okay, very well.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, and Castillo?
Yes, Gillick?
I got an email from Joe Gorfinkel.
Oh, yes, I just saw that a moment
Okay,
ago.
what I'll do is I'll read that into the record
Ah, perfect. Okay.
under public comment.
Thank you. Appreciate
For
that.
him.
Yeah, he's
Sure,
the next
because I know he
neighbor.
asked you to comment on it or whatever, but it's part of the public record.
Sounds good. Thank you, David.
Okay. Hey, Rick, good. How are you?
Your space is not
Hi, David. Can you hear me all right?
Hi, Adam.
Hi. Just checking before the meeting started.
Okay, yeah, you're good. And you have your background on and it's flipped correctly, so you're good to go.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Hi, Rogerio.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. Working on my background.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Hi, David.
Hi, John.
Is my logo correct?
Your logo is correct. It's proper and I can hear and see you, so you're good to go.
All right, see you in a few.
Okay. Hi, Katrina.
Hi,
Hi. I can hear and see you, and your background looks perfect.
great. And you can hear
And-
me, so that's
and
good.
yes. And Lynn, your background's backwards. You need to flip on the other one.
I wasn't sure which one we were supposed to use.
Y- Yeah, we've all encountered this. So just flip on the other one.
Hold on, I'm looking for the flippy button.
There should be two images you got.
Yeah, no, it's just a question of where's the button to pick the image.
Ah,
Uh,
There you go.
I'm not sure why I have a square video instead of a landscape video. I don't know where that setting is.
Okay, but you're looking good now, Lynn.
Yeah, I just don't
Perfect.
know. Is it cut off for you? That I have
It-
black?
Yeah, your whole screen is
It's square.
condensed.
It's square instead of
Yeah.
landscape. And so I'm trying to find where that setting is and I am not finding that. Whoops. Clicked the wrong button there. And again, come on, give me the settings.
Commissioner, I think
Sue.
under video,
Yeah,
in the settings, the second tab, video, there's a camera, integrated webcam. think
original
that's-
ratio or HD. There we
I have,
go, HD.
okay,
Does that do it? There we
that
go.
does- yes, it does.
Yes.
So David, can you hear me?
Yes, Sue.
I forgot to download the background. So should I just appear without on audio only?
No. Stay on visual. That's fine. We're survived without your background.
You sure?
Yeah.
I wasn't, I remembered reading it, but I forgot to go back to it. So I
No,
apologize.
that's fine.
He attached it to the notice this morning as well, Sue.
Okay, so maybe I can go there and figure it out real quick. Let me see.
Well, either that or you can do it. Maybe if we take a break, you could try it on your break.
Okay, you ready to start? Is that it?
We've got like 3 minutes to go.
Okay. Or not.
Hey, David, if you talk to Stacy, please give her a virtual hug.
Oh, yeah. She called me right when she was having her emergency and running out the door. So she sends she sends her, sincerest apologies for everyone for missing this at the last minute.
I'm sorry,
Well,
David.
she's such a slacker. I'm sure it was intentional.
Hi, David. Hi, everyone. Would you like
Hi,
me
Michael.
to turn off my, hi. Would you like me to turn off my audio and video until?
Yeah,
you
I
call
just
me?
wanted to make sure we can see you, we can hear you, you're fine. Yeah, so just turn those both off now and then we'll call you as soon as or Adam will actually call you forth. So then you can turn your audio and video back on for us.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
Hey, David,
Yes, Lynn.
looking at the minutes, in as much as Adam was absent, should he be the person signing them?
Yes, because being for tonight's set of minutes.
Well, no, the March 18th, because he wasn't present,
No, he should not be signing those.
because he's the signature on them. I
Is
just
he?
know
Okay, I'll change that signature line then.
that I was just a thing I saw.
Yeah, good catch. Thank you for that.
Lynn, you're kicking me out already?
Well, I was reading the minutes and then, and it was says noting Chair Bass absent, and then there's your signature. And I'm like, how does that work?
David,
Good catch.
Yeah.
it's me. Does it, I'm looking at how the background. I can't quite figure out how to do it, so.
Oh, okay. Well, we can step you through. we're gonna be, we should need to be starting soon,
That's
so.
fine. That's fine.
Yeah, just go ahead and put your video on for us. You know, that's no problem. We'll figure it out on a break if we take a break.
Okay, there you go.
Okay,
David,
Chair, and it's 6:31. We're live on all the social media platforms and CATV, and we're good to go.
Great, and everyone's here?
I have everyone present, yes.
Perfect. Great, then I will call this meeting of the Planning Commission to order, and I will start with our announcement about the Zoom meeting. So let me read that to everybody. In compliance with California Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19, this Planning Commission meeting is being conducted via teleconference on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that this Planning Commission meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the Planning Commission Secretary should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the Planning Commissioners about difficulties viewing the meeting. If you're experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options. In addition, you may call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833. Meeting ID 950-3034-0163, and then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. WehoTV staff has published a guide at weho.org/WehoTV to troubleshoot your connection. If you're having difficulties connecting to the meeting, you can also call 323-848-3151. Thank you very much. So the next item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and I have asked Commissioner Designate, I think is the title, Lombardi, to join us and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And while he's turning on his camera, I will just ask everyone else to mute so that we don't have a jumble of voices and join him in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Chair Bass. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And since the next item on our agenda is roll call, and we have both Commissioner Designate Lombardi and Dutta here with us, I just wanted to officially welcome them and let them say hello very, very quickly because they're not part of our meeting tonight, but I want to acknowledge their presence. So
Thank
Commissioner
you.
Lombardi, you were already speaking, so welcome to say hello.
Thank you. I've had a chance to speak with a few of you, and I'm so excited to be collaborating with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Dutta?
Hi, this is Tushar Dutta. I am also honored to be appointed to the Planning Commission and look forward to meeting all of you and all of the good work ahead of us. Thank you.
Great. And to avoid any Brown Act issues, I want to thank you both for being here and relegate you back to the public section of the meeting at this point in time with no offense, but we're very grateful that you're here with us tonight and thank you for joining us. And we will move to the next item on our agenda. And that is a roll call. If you could please call the roll, David.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. I received a phone call from Commissioner Jones earlier. She has an emergency that she has to attend to this evening. She sends her sincerest apologies for not being at tonight's meeting with you. All roll call votes will reflect her absence. Commissioner Vincent?
Here.
Commissioner Thomas?
Here.
Commissioner Carvalero?
Here.
Commissioner Buckner,
Here,
Vice Chair Hoopengarner,
Here.
and Chair Bass,
I'm here.
and we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is the approval of the agenda. And we are going to request that the item 10C 8752 sunset be moved to after item 10D to facilitate recusals from a couple of our colleagues. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Commissioner Buckner?
yes, I would like to have, to move item 16 to after item D, so that I can address the council, since this is my last night tonight. And also because I want to talk about the subcommittee issue. So I want to be here to do that.
Okay, so we will move. I saw Commissioner Thomas's hand too. Before we turn into a motion, let's get all of the comments. Commissioner Thomas?
Chair, unless there are any objections, I would like to suggest that we move item 10A to consent.
Are there any objections to moving that? And I see Lauren
My
Langer
only
raising her
question
hand.
would be of legal and if that's allowed.
Yes, when something's been noticed as a public hearing, those are the few items that we're not allowed to move to consent.
Okay.
Because the public's been noticed for a public hearing.
Okay.
Okay, so noting an objection to the consent, we will not make that motion, but Vice Chair Hoopengarner?
I would just like to recognize Commissioner Buckner's request and say that we move item 16B forward, but we leave 16A in case there's additional items from Commissioner at the end of the meeting.
So maybe put 16B up at the beginning of the meeting with 8?
Yes,
Would that work?
yes.
Commissioner Buckner, does that accomplish what?
Yeah.
Okay. So Vice Chair Hoopengarner, was that a motion?
That was.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second,
David, could you please call the roll on the agenda with those two changes?
Commissioner Vincent,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Thomas,
yes.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Commissioner Buckner,
No,
Chair Hoopengarner, Vice Chair Hoopengarner,
Yes.
I'm sorry, and Chair Bass.
It's almost correct, David, but not quite yet. I'm a yes on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, and the motion passes, approving the agenda as amended for tonight's agenda.
Thank you very much. Next is item number 5, approval of the minutes. Is there any change? Are there any changes to that? Commissioner Buckner?
Mute.
I move approval unless there's objection.
I would say just with the correction we discussed earlier, David.
Thank you, and that was just for the record, the signature page on the chairperson. Commissioner Vincent,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Commissioner Buckner,
Yes,
Vice Chair Hoopengarner,
Yes.
Chair Bass.
I will abstain as I was absent at that meeting.
Thank you, and the minutes are approved for March 18th, 2021, noting Chair Bass abstaining.
Thank you very much. The next item on our agenda, let's see here, is public comment. And David, do we have anyone?
I actually do. I got 2 public comments earlier. Our first public speaker will be Lynn Russell. Lynn, if you're on the call, please *6 to unmute yourself. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Hi, good evening. This is Lynn Russell, and welcome everybody to the Planning Commission. I would like to speak a few words regarding the casual, accidental, and deliberate undermining of public trust. It usually starts small, in a seemingly insignificant manner, but eventually it grows to dangerous and possibly exponential proportions. Erosions of any organization, business, government entity, and one's personal integrity is generally the victim, resulting from a lack of accuracy, a lack or loss of protocol, and inconsistent and arbitrary procedures. It is the undermining of our constitutions, both national and personal. And whatever the field, if one doesn't stand for something, they will definitely fall for anything. So please, encourage yourself to be accurate, be informed, ask questions, and ultimately be reliable to yourself and to whatever organization, business, or entity you're a part of. And I want to give a personal compliment to David Gillig, who typifies most of these qualities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynn. Our next speaker I have in the queue is, forgive me if I mispronounced your name. Buana, you wanted to speak under public comment. If you're here, *6 on your phone, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. And Chair, I'm not showing her in the queue. Oh, so we're have another public comment at the end. If she shows up, we'll take her comments at that time. That's all I have at this time.
Thank you very much. So we will move on now, and I believe the next item on our agenda is the director's report, number 7.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Commission. John Kehoe, I'm the Director of Planning and Development Services. So one item that's coming up on the City Council agenda will probably be of interest of the Planning Commission, and that's the appeal of 923 Palm Avenue. That was a fairly controversial project at the Planning Commission, and it's going to be on the April 19th, I think April 19th City Council agenda, so you may want to take a look at that. The only other thing I'd like to say tonight is I just want to thank Adam Bass and Sue Buckner for their time on the commission. I've really enjoyed working with both of you, and Sue especially. We've been worked on the commission together for a long time, so I'm going to miss all of our conversations and good times. And also thank you, Adam. It's been a great time working with you. So that's it for my comments.
Thank you very much. We will now go to, are there any questions for the director before we move on? So seeing none, we will go on to commissioner comments. We will just go through how you are on my screen, I think, to make sure I get through everybody. Commissioner Vincent, do you have anything?
I just wanted to say thank you to Chair Bass and Buckner. We've had a short time with you, or I've had a short time serving with you, but it has been a pleasure, and good luck on your future endeavors.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Caballero?
Hello. Actually, Commissioner Jones asked me to read a message since she wasn't able to be here. So she sent me this about an hour ago. First, it has been a true privilege to work alongside both Adam and Sue, and I call them by first names out of deepest respect and congeniality. Sue, your kindness has been a through line in my time on the commission. You have always expressed genuine concern for the well-being of your fellow commissioners and the citizens of our city. This, as well as your ability to see planning and development issues and projects through a finely tuned legal eye, consistently added critical questions and insights to our deliberations. Finally, and I know it's gauche to talk about a lady's age, but hear me out. In an era obsessed with youth, thank you for showing your community what aging fabulously as a woman can look like. You set an amazing example, and I will miss working with you so much. Adam, your ability to come onto commission and seem to immediately know exactly what you were doing was both impressive and irksome. You have been a living example of the values of that our city embodies, constantly showing respect and support for people, advocating for quality of life in neighborhoods east to west, and promoting our community safety and well-being. You have been so supportive of your fellow commissioners, so pleasant to work with, been so prepared at every front. While I cannot wait to see what you do next, you will be dearly missed, and I count you as a friend and as a peer. Thank you both for your service to our city. And to Tushar and Michael, I very much look forward to working with you. And then I'll add, that's hard to follow, but yeah, Adam, you were a great vice chair. I've learned so much from you. You've been a great chair. It's been fun to watch you go from, being a little nervous on the first couple of meetings to finding your stride. I call you a friend, and I look forward to spending more time with you in the future, wherever that may be. And Commissioner Buckner, yeah, I think you sent me a text the other day, said that you've been on the commission since 1999, which is
Not this commission.
okay. Oh, you've been on commission since 1999 then, and that's been an amazing amount of service. And I've learned so much from you, and you've been at times stern. You've always been loving. You've always taught me the right way to go in regards to, sort of understanding things legally. You have a great way of explaining things. I am happy to call you a friend, and I know we're sort of mature enough to know that sometimes lives part. You come together for a particular reason, and sometimes we part, but I really hope that our paths cross and we stay in touch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Thomas?
Yes, thank you. I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. I haven't been here very long, but I've thoroughly enjoyed working with both of you. Chair Bass, you have been an extraordinary chair. And I thank you. And Commissioner Buckner, I've thoroughly enjoyed your affability. I definitely keep in touch with both of you. And I look forward to the two new commissioners who are coming in, and I look forward to the work ahead. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to call on Vice Chair Hoopengarner next so that Commissioner Buckner can close us out.
And that's a great example of being a really fine chair, how to do things. You know me, I'm probably going to get verklempt. But we're in the change business, but boy, sometimes we don't like change. I certainly find it a push me, pull you of life. I want to thank both of you for being so professional and being so rigorous in your protocols and keeping our meetings both collegial and conversational, and at the same time, following the rules and keeping it in order and on track. And Sue, you did an excellent job of that when you were chair as well. I think you were my first chair when I was appointed. And yes, because it was you and then Stacy and then Rogerio and Adam. So, and I will second what Stacy said, there's some good with the old. And that includes wisdom and experience and expertise. And that is going to be greatly missed, Sue. And that we've lost, between you and Mr. Altschul, we've lost a pretty large institutional memory. And so I'm hoping you'll allow us to reach out and ask questions from time to time when we go, well, wait a minute, what happened there? And for both of you, the big thing I think for me and for many people is your fierce advocacy on behalf of our fellow citizens in our neighborhoods, and Adam, our street parking. Without you, I don't know what Orange Grove would ever do. And I too am looking forward to our new commissioners. So that's the good part of the change. And with that, my biggest hope is that that we all are fully vaccinated and fully safe. I got mine on Tuesday. And we can actually see each other in person again sometime yet this millennium. And that with that, thank you, both of you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Buckner.
Well, I wanted to do this at the end of the meeting when I was all finished with my work with the commission, but that's why I wanted the whole thing to be at the end, but that's okay. Listen, this has been the most awesome experience for me working on this commission. And frankly, on my previous 2 opportunities, when I started out on Women's Advisory, which was really a wonderful experience. And that was pretty soon right after I moved to the city. And when I came here, I wanted to work, do something with the city. It was very important to me. And I was fortunate enough to get appointed to Women's Advisory. And then when John Duran was elected, he appointed me to the Rent Stabilization Commission, where I served for, I think, over 8 years, pretty much 8 years until I got appointed or I was appointed by our council to serve at large here on this planning commission. It's been amazing. I didn't know anything about anything when I first started, and I always looked to staff in particular and the other commissioners that I served with to learn the things that I needed to know, and always calling Lauren and asking her questions to make sure I was right on with the legal issues that I seemed to focus on. And so I really learned so much from my fellow commissioners, from all staff. I mean, we have the most wonderful staff here on this planning department. All of you have been just amazing. You work very hard. And I also want to sort of pull out David Gillig. I always tell him personally how much I appreciate how hard he works. He has such a big job to get everything ready for us. And he does such a superb job. He's so organized and so on top of things. So I appreciate that very much. And the rest of the planners that are wonderful. When I have to call to ask questions about one of the items or something, they're always available and very open and supportive and full of information. So I really appreciate it. The one thing that I'm looking forward to, I'm going to miss the meetings on one hand. On the other hand, I'm going to be very happy to have 1/7 of my life back, because my Thursday nights have been pretty much taken, except for during holidays and times when meetings were canceled. Since 1999, I've been basically meeting on some form of a commission or and preparing for the meetings. Planning commission in particular takes a lot of time and energy. So I know that our new commissioners are all going to be able to step up to it, and I'm going to be watching you all, and I'm certainly here to answer questions if you have any, or to support you in any way. So please, you have my number, call me. You have my email, do that. And I just really want to also comment about our residents, our citizens in our city who are so engaged and who often take speaker slips and let us know what they're thinking and what their concerns are, and the activism and participation, I think, is really wonderful. And I love my city. Maybe there's some other way I can serve. We'll see. One thing at a time. Right now, I'm happy to not have to worry when I plan a vacation, because I'm hoping I'm all vaxxed up and ready to go. So I'm thinking that I'm not going to have to plan my vacations between meetings, and so that I don't miss any meetings, and so I could be fully present as a commissioner. Anyway, I love you all. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. And I want to thank all the council people who supported me the many reappointments and the several terms that I've served on both commissions. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner Buckner. If you'll forgive me, I have a few things to say too. So I know this is dragging on a little while, but I do want to thank you all for your kind words and just kind of explain so everyone knows what's happening with me. You know, even though I've had a rewarding, I've prepared some notes. So some of this might sound like reading, but I don't want to forget anything. And that is, you know, even though I feel like I've had a rewarding career in nonprofit and government positions, and I've served on planning commissions in 2 different cities and 2 different states now. A couple of years ago, I decided that I wanted to go back to school and finally realized the desire to get a formal education and earn a college degree. And in December, I got my associate's degree in political science at Santa Monica College. And now I'm in the process of determining where I'll go to get my bachelor's degree. I've currently received favorable decisions, admission decisions from schools as close as Northridge and as far away as New York City. And I'm still waiting on decisions, which I expect next week from 2 schools in the Bay Area and 2 here in LA. And, you know, once I weigh the pros and cons, I'll decide where I'll be going to school this fall. But whether that's in LA or elsewhere in this country or state, I knew I couldn't go to school full time and work full time and give this planning commission the attention it deserves. So I did withdraw from consideration for reappointment. And that was a difficult decision because I love West Hollywood and I have thoroughly enjoyed serving the community in this capacity. Tonight, it is my last meeting, so I appreciate your indulgence because I have a few people I want to thank, like Commissioner Buckner did as well. First of all, I'd like to welcome Commissioners Dutta and Lombardi. I'm grateful that each one of you stepped up to serve, and I wish you the very best as you take on this important role. And next, I'd like to thank my colleagues on this commission. When I joined the commission, I didn't know any of you. And over the last 4 years, I have made 9 new and very good friends. Commissioners Agai, Altschul, and Erickson taught me more than I ever thought I needed to know, and I was honored to serve alongside them. Commissioners Tom and Vincent, though we've only served together a brief time, I'm grateful for your willingness to serve West Hollywood and for your dedication and seriousness with which you approach your positions. It has been a pleasure. Commissioner Jones, Cavallaro, and Vice Chair Huppengarter, the expertise, passion, and commitment you each show West Hollywood is everything that's right about government service. And West Hollywood is lucky to have each of you. And Commissioner Buckner, you have a long and distinguished career of service to the city. You were the chair when I joined, and I'm the commissioner I am because of the leadership you showed me that first year. And after your career started, you said the Women's Advisory Board, which I didn't even know about, but you started on the Rent Stabilization Commission. And the night you were sworn in to the Planning Commission, you said you'd been on there for 10 years. Tonight you said 8. So whatever it was, you were there for a considerable amount of time. And you were sworn into this commission on November 20th, 2008. And this morning I watched your swearing in on the city's website. And in your introductory comments, when you were sworn in, you said, quote, "I'm willing to do whatever I have to do to learn what I need to learn so that I can participate fully in doing the work of this commission." And you continued, quote, "I look forward to working with all of you and staff," end quote. Your comments that night perfectly reflect my experience of working with you on this commission. You have dedicated yourself to whatever you needed to do in order to serve this commission and the community. And while you indicated that you looked forward to working with staff and your commission colleagues, after 12 years here, I think I can speak for everyone when I say that we are the ones who are lucky to have had the opportunity to work with you. Thank you, Sue, for your service to our city and for your friendship. It's also important to note how fortunate we are as a community to have an incredible professional staff serving our city. The Planning and Development Services Department, under the leadership of Director John Kehoe and Jennifer Alkire and Robin Eason, are truly some of the best people in the business, them and their entire teams, including David Gillick. Thank you to our city staff and to the city attorney for your professionalism and commitment to making West Hollywood the best it can be. It's not lost on me that my time on this commission very nearly overlapped a time in our country that was full of destruction, fear, and turmoil. And there's something very grounding in knowing that here in West Hollywood, we work to create a world where everyone belongs and is celebrated, where diversity is championed, and where everyone, so even when the world is feeling like it's falling apart around us, we have a place to call home that feels just a little bit safer than all the world around it. So even though I know West Hollywood has work to do, and from racial justice to women's equality to economic disparity and homelessness, among others, we still live in a community that recognizes that these issues exist, and with near unanimity, we have a desire to address them. And that makes me very proud to live here and to have served in this community. So lastly, I'd like to thank the City Council for giving me this opportunity. I appreciate the confidence they placed in me, and I hope I've met their expectations or exceeded them. I've always strived to do my best to serve the community. So it's been an honor to serve, and I hope I have the opportunity to do so again in the near future. And I once again want to thank all of you for indulging my written comments here and hearing me out. In this, my last opportunity to speak freely as the chair of the West Hollywood Planning Commission. So now that we've been overly sappy, I think we should probably move on, except Commissioner Hoopengarner's raising her hand to stop.
I apologize, Chair, and I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to make sure that I did have another item for Commissioner that I got distracted from with everything else.
Please.
And that is, I'd like to announce to everyone that the city is hosting a free virtual symposium on urban forestry and biodiversity. It's about urban environments in concert with nature, and it will be via Zoom Saturday, April 24th from 9 to 1. And we'll touch subjects such as urban flora, fauna, biomimicry, biophilic and regenerative inspirational designs. And I encourage everyone to consider attending. There's a surprising amount of forestry in our community, and I think we'd like to encourage that and keep it growing. And with a very personal note, I actually have a hummingbird nest right outside my door with 2 eggs in it as we speak that should be hatching in the next week. So it's possible, it's doable, and I encourage everyone to attend on the 24th. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we do have item B here at this point of our agenda now, the subcommittee management. So Sue, you did have a question on this?
Yes, I did. I am on the design review subcommittee. They're going to be meeting next Thursday night. However, I'm happy to attend and participate. However, I think it might be beneficial for one of the other commissioners to actually take my place on that night, because I won't be in the regular planning commission meeting to be able to use that time to inform the rest of the commission about what happened at planning. So I think it would probably serve the commission and the individual commissioners and the planners and also the applicants if one of the other commissioners took my place next Thursday night. I guess it's the 22nd of April. So that's up to the rest of the commission. I'm happy to do it. I would love to do it, but I think that in the long run, it might serve the commission better for somebody else to attend.
On that, I'm going to defer to our city attorney and maybe David on this from a kind of the clerk's perspective on what would be appropriate there and advise us.
Yeah, I guess my first question is, when are the next appointments to subcommittees happening? I don't know if David Gillick is.
It's on David's calendar for the commission.
I think on the May 20th.
Yeah, the second one in May. So the next one would be swearing in of the new commissioners, and the following one would be new appointments.
And what was going to be on the agenda? I'm sorry, I missed it for the meeting next Thursday.
The swearing in of the new commissioners.
No, the design review committee meeting.
Oh, we have 2 projects.
Able to attend.
We have 2 projects and they're fairly significant projects.
Does anyone know the addresses?
We have.
we've been trying to
1300
avoid the.
North Crescent Heights, which is a 5-story apartment building, and 1301 North Fairfax Avenue, which is a 5-story, 17-unit multifamily rental building.
At the corner of Fountain.
So I had previously asked for similar advice from David when for the Sunset Advertising Committee. And my understanding is that the new commissioners become commissioners the day they take the oath on May 6th. And so they couldn't fill in on the subcommittee next week, not until after the 6th. And also the way Lynn and I discussed this morning, Vice Chair Hoopengarner and I, excuse me, we discussed this morning that there will still be at least 2 commissioners on every committee after Sue and I depart this for that 2-week period between the new commissioners being sworn in and their appointments to subcommittees. And then during that period, as long as one of the commissioners doesn't miss a meeting, that we would still have a quorum in those subcommittees if they meet in those 2-week period. So is that how we should proceed with Commissioner Buckner finishing her duties next week, or?
That would be my recommendation, because we've been trying to avoid having alternates and having 3 people on the commission and then a different, if it got continued or was revised, it came back, having it, a different 3 sitting on later. So I think the easiest way is just to have, for the meeting next Thursday, the 22nd, to have the 2 commissioners attend, and then we'll fill the subcommittee seats, immediately thereafter.
But wouldn't we want
When the
Sue
new
to
commissioners
also
join.
attend? Because then we have 3 voices in design review. She's still a commissioner.
Well, when is her, I don't know the specifics of when her term is technically up. If it's not up until the new commissioners are appointed, I don't have that information on me at the moment.
So
Tell
why
you when
don't
her
we
term is
just,
officially over.
if you guys don't mind, why don't we just leave it open, and David Gillig will let me know whether he wants, staff feels it's appropriate for me to attend, and I will if that is helpful. And if not, then I won't. Leave it up in the air. I just thought.
Commissioner Caballero and Vice Chair Hoopengarner, you'll both be able to be there, correct? Next week? Okay, so
Yeah.
we will have a quorum. The meeting can go ahead. And then the city clerk's office can advise whether Commissioner Buckner will join as a 3rd member at that point or not.
Fine,
Does
thank
that
you.
work for everybody?
Yeah, I mean, we will have
Yeah, I
a
think
quorum
that'd be
so that we don't have a problem with the design review committee convening. It would be my preference to have Commissioner Buckner serve, because her voice would be a valuable addition. I don't see any point to her not being there. She is still the commissioner, and she's a commissioner until she's not, which is when.
And that's what I just,
yeah.
I'd like to confirm with the city clerk exactly how the terms go, just so I don't want to give advice tonight that I don't have information on. So we can follow up with Commissioner Buckner after the meeting.
Thank you.
Great. Is there anything else on the subcommittee management?
Chair and Lauren, actually, I do have the city clerk on the line. If she'd like to jump in, if you'd like to hear from her, she's willing to do that.
Absolutely. If we could resolve it now, that's even better. Yes.
That is service.
Okay, Madam Clerk.
Good evening, everyone. It would help if I had my correct video.
We have a headless clerk. Huh?
Yes, I apologize for that. Yeah, I just happened to be sitting in the meeting. I was telling David I could jump in. So yeah, technically Sue is still on, Commissioner Buckner is still on the Planning Commission until we swear in the new members. So she just wouldn't, one of the other subcommittee members would have to do the report back at the next Planning Commission meeting, because she would not be available to do that.
Except for I'm the chair, and the chair reports back.
Then there you go.
The thing, so that's
Madam Chair of the Design Review, if you would like me to be there, I would be very glad to participate.
I would certainly love to have you there, Sue.
Thank you.
Great.
I think we have
Thank you.
subcommittee
City
management resolved. Sorry. And anybody watching, and particularly the new commissioners, it's usually not something we discussed this long. It's just the odd configuration of people coming and going. So I apologize.
And that
So let's
said,
move on with our agenda. There is no.
that said, Chair, I would encourage the new incoming commissioners to watch any of the old and current design reviews as a way to get comfortable with what happens and to familiar with the projects.
Absolutely. So we will move on now to the next item on our agenda, which is the consent calendar, for which there is none. So we will move on to item 10A, 621 North Kings Road. And I understand we have a brief staff report on this.
That is correct. Hi, good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Gurdeep Kaur, and I'm an assistant planner with the Current and Historic Preservation Planning Division. I am going to try to share my screen. Okay. The item before you is a request to the subdivision for a recently approved 3-story, 4-unit multi-family building over subterranean parking into a common interest development or condominium units. The subject site consists of an approximately 5,751 square foot single parcel located on the west side of Kings Road. The subject request is to subdivide the already approved development. Approval of the application will allow the development to be subdivided into multiple ownerships. The item tonight is for the subdivision request only. Pursuant to state law, all subdivision applications must be reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission at a public hearing after making the required findings. Since the development was approved administratively, the development itself, including development standards and design, are not before you this evening. It is staff's assessment that the subdivision of this building will not be detrimental to the public welfare and will not impede implementation of the general plan, nor the purpose and intent of the provisions of the zoning ordinance. Therefore, staff recommends that the Commission approve the subdivision request subject to the findings and conditions of approval set forth in the draft resolution. This concludes staff's presentation. Both the applicant and I are available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the report. David, are there any public speakers on this item?
Chair, I received no public comment forms for this item. No.
Okay, so just as a house cleaning item, so everyone watching knows, this is pretty straightforward. Basically, in layman's terms, the developer is asking us to approve drawing lines between the walls of this project, and we would have to make a finding of, a safety issue or welfare issue for the community to not approve it. So with that in mind, the Commission traditionally does not have much debate on this issue. Or these types of issues. So having said all of that, I will ask if anyone has any deliberation or if there's a motion on the item. Commissioner or Vice Chair Hoopengarner?
I move to approve the staff report.
Commissioner Buckner?
Second.
Great. And that also closes the public hearing. And if we could take the roll, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Vinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero?
Yes.
Commissioner Buckner?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hoopengarner?
Yes.
Chair Bass?
Yes.
And the motion carries 6 ayes, and noting Commissioner Jones as absent. And we have an appeal process. Let me read that really quick for you. One moment. The resolution of the Planning Commission just approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from the state to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees.
hate when I click the wrong screen and I'm looking for that unmute button. So we'll move on to the next item, 10B, which is the address is 1150 North Orange Grove. And can we have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good evening. I'll be sharing my screen in just a moment. Are you able to see that screen? Okay. All right. Good evening, Chair Bass and members of the Commission. The item before you this evening is an item that was continued from your March 5th, 2020 meeting. This item was continued to allow the applicant an opportunity to address the Commission's concerns with the project's rooftop private open spaces and the configuration of the subterranean parking garage. The project includes the demolition of 2 dwelling units and construction of an approximate 8,400 square foot, 4-story, 10-unit apartment building with 1 low-income unit over a single-level subterranean parking garage. The project includes a concession for utilizing the density bonus provision, and that would be for the 4th story in this at this property. The approximate 7,550 square foot lot is located in the R3B zoning district. The property is located just north of Santa Monica Boulevard on the east side of Orange Grove, a few doors north of the preschool. As a result of the comments from the Commission back in March of 2020, the applicant has revised the project to address the private open spaces on the rooftop, as well as the parking configuration within the single-level parking garage. The previous the previous project was designed to include 9 residential units, including 2 1-bedroom units and 7 2-bedroom units. And during the previous hearing, it was suggested that if the project was to be redesigned, that the applicant consider adding a 10th unit. As such, the project architect reconfigured the layout of the building, unit and the residential units, and was able to provide that 10th unit to this project. So the new design now includes 5 1-bedroom units and 5 2-bedroom units. This is the previous design here, and there's been some slight changes in terms of the overall aesthetic. I'll go into more detail, but just wanted to show you the current rendering here that's included in your packet. The previous project design also included private open spaces for the 3 ground floor units on the rooftop. The Commission expressed concerns with having rooftop private open spaces that were not immediately accessible from the units themselves. This latest redesign eliminated the rooftop use altogether, and now has the private open spaces for the ground floor units accessible directly from their units. And all other upper units will continue to provide their private open spaces within balconies immediately accessible from each of the units. The rooftop will only be used for mechanical equipment, photovoltaic panels, and maintenance and so forth. This rendering here will show the rear yard area. So this is the southeast corner of the property. So the backyard area, it has an expansive landscape area as well as the common open space for the property. This is the north elevation, which is very similar to what was previously proposed. The other change to the project was there were concerns with the design of the subterranean parking garage having to do with vehicular maneuverability into the parking spaces. The architect studied the parking garage configuration and redesigned the layout to improve the vehicular maneuverability as well as the function of overall function of the garage. The garage redesign retains the 16 parking spaces that was previously provided. It reconfigures the parking spaces to eliminate the pair of stalls along the western wall, that being under the front yard area. It relocates the ADA accessible parking spaces and the path of travel that were previously located closer to the center of the parking garage. It provides the required number of electric vehicle spaces, including EV ready and EV capable spaces. And it reconfigures the 2 sets of staircases, and as well as it shifting the driveway location further south to be able to accommodate a lot of these changes. As part of the revised project scope, the applicant has requested a 10% modification to reduce the depth of the end tandem spaces and on the east side of the parking garage. And by reducing the 10%, that reduces the second parking space from the standard 18-foot depth to 16-foot 2, allowing an additional 2 feet 4 inches of native soil to be retained on the property towards the rear backyard. And the configuration of the parking itself as well allows for a much larger front yard area to have permeability and retained native soil. So this version of or this revision helps the property to retain that native soil both on the front yard and the rear yard, provide more permeability, and allocates more landscape planting directly into the ground, consistent with the city's sustainability and climate action goals. The redesign also allows for more permeable area and will introduce 3 canopy trees since there's more native soil being retained on the site. And the rear yard area was also, as showed here, the rear yard area was redesigned to and reconfigured to provide a landscape privacy buffer for the unit on the ground floor along the common open space area within that space. The project architect has worked with planning staff and UDA staff over the last several months to make these design revisions after considering all the comments that were provided during the prior hearing. And it is staff's assessment that the proposed revisions to the project design address the commission's comments and concerns expressed during that March hearing. The design is consistent with the massing of the neighborhood and the neighboring buildings and those in the surrounding area. The overall the proposed project is well suited for the project site, is thoughtfully designed and complementary to the context of the neighborhood and meets the applicable development standards. Therefore, staff recommends that the Planning Commission approve the project request subject to the findings and conditions set forth in your draft resolution provided in your packet. And with that, this concludes my presentation. I believe in the Zoom room, we have the project architect that can also elaborate on the project design and any changes that they have made that I have not provided yet. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And if you could lower your screen so that I can see my colleagues. What will happen now is, first of all, if the commissioners have questions of staff, the things presented in their report, we'll ask those, make disclosures, and then we'll go to the applicant to make a presentation. And after that, we can ask questions of the applicant as well and take public comment. And then the applicant will have a rebuttal period. And then at that point in time, this one will actually start deliberating. So we will have some sort of a process everyone who's attending can know we're going to approach this with. First of all, questions of staff, and I see Commissioner Thomas, you have one.
Thank you, Chair. In the minutes from the March 2020 meeting, there were some mention of a conversation around historical preservation, and I know that we received additional correspondence today from Lynn Russell about that same issue. Could staff just briefly give some context around the conversations regarding historical preservation of this property?
Sure. The project was required to provide a historic resource assessment, an HRA. So the applicant, as part of their application, submitted a historic resource assessment. There was a question whether the existing bungalow buildings were adequately described in the HRA, which resulted in the clarification and a revised version of the historic resource assessment. But the findings did not change, and those findings were that the two buildings did not meet the criteria for potential designation at the federal, state, and local level. So the project was exempt under CEQA. That document was subsequently provided to the commission and made available to the public at the March 2020 hearing, and the findings remain and allowed the project to move forward with that CEQA exemption that I mentioned.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions of Tony at this time? Seeing no one's hands, then we'll go to the applicant at this time. You'll have 10 minutes to present, and our commission secretary will let you know when that time is wrapping up.
Hey, thank you. Good evening, Commissioner. Commissioners, I'm gonna just share the screen where I prepared that presentation.
And if you could just introduce yourself as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Of course. My name is Giovanni Frutaldo. I've lived in West Hollywood since 2013, and tonight I'm here as the architect of the project located at 1150 North Orange Grove. I will introduce you. I will briefly share the design approach that we took with this project. So the first thing was obviously to look at the context of where the site is located. And as Tony mentioned in the presentation, it is close to the commercial area of Santa Monica Boulevard. And the block, like many urban blocks in West Hollywood, has a mix of single family, duplex, and larger apartment buildings. The height of the buildings around the sites varies from 2 to 3 stories, 4 stories, and there's also a taller building right across the street. Living, and walking in West Hollywood, you may realize how the open space is always like some kind an interstitial type of nature. It happens in the space carved out in the middle of the buildings, or when course are maybe facing each other, and that amplifies the effect of the open space. So once we had established the maximum building envelope available to us, the first decision was to place the common open space near the rear setback, so that to maximize and double up the amount of space at the back of the property and set more distance with the surrounding buildings. And the other thing was also to divide the massing into two portions to better relate to the scale of the neighborhood and open up the middle of the building. The strategy then continued also with locating the private open spaces of the units towards the corners of the building, the exterior corners, and working on the facade and a patterning that happens not only with the window position, but also with the texture itself of the facade. And this also comes from observations of, looking at what surrounds us in the city of West Hollywood, how much the actual treatment of the facade can create a play of shadows, of light, and also of color. And color was also an important element of this project. We wanted to try to stay away from the tested and successful pairing of white, gray, and brown, and instead opted for a more a pale yellow color as a background with accents in red clay and olive green. And so this is the facade, the view on Orange Grove from the south side. And in the revised layout, we were able to keep the driveway in the existing position, so that it's not going to change the location of the curb cut along the street. This is an aerial view of the building that exemplifies the principles that I just explained. And that is another aerial view from the north side that shows the opening towards the middle of the building. This is the south elevation towards the south, a view of the rear yard where we have the common open space, which is shared by the residents of the building, next to the planted area of the rear yard, and also with the green buffer that to offer a privacy edge between the unit of the first floor and the rear yard. And that's also, this is again a view instead of the side elevation, but towards the north. The idea was also that, the side elevations are generally like the forgotten items in a lot of these multifamily buildings that happen in dense residential neighborhood. And instead, we wanted to try and work on the side yards elevation and give them identity as well. And in here, the vertical fins help to screen the walkways that lead to the units. This is a view of the front yard from the north side that shows the pedestrian entry sequence. Now I will show you the plans, and I'll try to explain also what changed from last time. So the first thing is obviously that we were able to, working with staff and the city architect, we were able to reorganize the parking layout so that we have a native soil and excavated area both at the rear and at the front. These increase, the permeability. It allows for rain water to recharge the subterranean aquifer. It allows, for landscape, for vegetation to grow better. And we have a strip at the back that is about from 3.5 feet to 4 feet. And at the front, we have 9 feet of, we were able to preserve 9 feet of native soil. The other thing that we did, all our stalls are now 9 feet wide, and the one on the edges, they are 9'6" and 9'4". So this is above the requirement of the zoning code, which is 9 feet for stalls that are at the edge and at 8'6" for stalls in the middle, not near any obstruction. And we work also with staff to comply with the West Hollywood guidelines on the number of EV parking spaces. One additional item, working with the modification request to reduce by 10% the second stall only of the tandem configuration is to allow for a larger unexcavated area at the back. And you also need to consider that these stalls will not really be considered compact, because a compact stall is 7.5 by 15. Our stalls will be 9 by 16 too. On the first floor, we were able to relocate the private open space of the units in direct connection with the living area, and also able to have the bedroom have a window onto their private open space. The shared open space is buffered with planters from the unit at the first floor, and there's also planters along the side yard, and these planters are going to help to treat and collect the rainwater that comes from the roof. On every floor, as you can see, the units, they have all double exposure, so that's going to facilitate cross ventilation, and we located the private balconies at the corner, and they vary in shape so that each unit has a unique layout. On the roof, we removed the private open spaces that were disjoint from the units, and now we have mechanical areas been consolidated towards the center and pulled from the building edges, and we've provided also area for solar panels. This building for this roof would need to provide 460 square feet for solar area, and we are providing over 1,000 square feet of solar area. And the same applies also for the open space, and I'll tell you about that. I'll take the opportunity also to compare the plans that we are looking at today with the plans that we submitted last year, and also plans of a project that is entitled currently for this property, prepared by a different architect. As you can see in our current plan, the footprint of the parking has been reduced and it's been reorganized so that the maneuvering is also easier. Before we had the tandem spaces here at the front, and instead those tandem spaces have been eliminated.
You have 2 minutes remaining, Jerry.
Okay, so I'm gonna go fast. The first floor, as you can see, our private open space is here at the back, which means that the building doesn't extend that much into the rear yard. In addition, our open space is 658 square feet, and what's required by code is 500. And that is not counting what happens the space on the rear yard. If you can also notice, we have living space on facing the street, and in the previously entitled project, they had a lobby, a gym upstairs, and then they had, I think, also a spinning room. Instead, we've always wanted to keep the living space facing the street so that you can keep eyes on the street, which contribute to public safety, and also have the living space away from the side yard in order to preserve also privacy for the neighbors. On the roof, we removed the private open space as we discussed, and we provided a solar area. In the previously entitled project, there was a portion of the shared open space and private open spaces of the unit below. One thing to consider is also that by not having residential uses on the floor, we don't need to have the elevator going to the roof. We don't need to have a secondary stair, and so we're not going to have bulky volumes on the roof. The material palette is assorted in colors, but also in textures, so that it provides display of shadows and patterning. And it's made of materials that have at least a 30% recycled content, and it's 100% recyclable after their long lifespan of over 60 years. And I would like to conclude with this view of the building on Orange Grove. Again, by keeping the driveway in the same position, we're also able to preserve the existing magnolia tree on the parkway, and our landscape architect, working with urban forestry, is proposing to replace the existing eucalyptus, which is not in a very good health, with another magnolia tree. Thank you very much. And I'm going to stop sharing this screen.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions of the applicant at this time? Commissioner Caballero.
Yeah, just one question. The patios on the ground floor or the first floor on A2.1.1A, are those at the same level as the entry?
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Sure. The patios on the ground floor, are they
Yes.
basically the same level as the passageways around it?
Yes, they are at the same level as the passageway around it. However, there's a screen which is a little bit higher, and you can see that in the elevation. So that's going to provide more privacy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas, you had your hand a moment ago.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I just have a couple of questions. For the inclusion of one low-income inclusionary unit, you were granted a density bonus that resulted in another story to the building. According to the plans we received, Unit 102 is listed as the proposed inclusionary unit. Do you still expect that Unit 102 will be the inclusionary housing?
No, actually, I contacted housing. The way that it works before the issue of working with the housing department, the actual unit is going to be chosen by the housing department. It's not chosen by the applicant or the developer, and it needs to be equal in finishes, and its size needs to be comparable to the average size. Now, generally, from experience, jurisdictions prefer to have units on the ground floor because they have greater accessibility than units on the floors above. So we'll work with housing and they will eventually select the one that it's going to be dedicated as an affordable unit.
So what we're saying is right now, we don't know which one the inclusionary unit is.
We don't know. We don't know. It's going to come from the housing department, and it generally comes before the issuance of the certificate of occupancy, because they need to verify that the finishes, the size is comparable to everything else in the building.
Okay. Let's see. I did want to say that the common open space is lovely. And I was very pleased to see the ways in which this project was adjusted.
Commissioner Thomas, we're just doing questions at this point.
I'm getting to my question, Chair. I can compliment them on the open space. No, I just wanted to throwing that out there. So I wanted to say that I was pleased in the ways that this project was adjusted to be consistent with the city's sustainability and climate action goals. And you've outlined the ways that that was done. Part of the city's climate action goal is encouraging our residents to drive less. And so to that end, considering the positioning of the property, I know that you have the required 2 bike stalls, but I wanted to find out, considering where this project is located, it's located near Fairfax and Santa Monica, which is a major transit intersection and could end up also being the location for a metro station. If you could increase the number of bike stalls to make the property more transit supportive.
Absolutely. This is something that I want to address and I will address as the project moves forward. Ideally, in all the projects, I generally try to include at least 1 bike stall per unit. So we would like to have at least 10 bike stalls. And I think there's the opportunity to do that in the building.
Okay. And finally, just aesthetically, this property is going to be noticeably taller than the buildings to the north and south of it. And the elevator hoistway extension is such a dark color, it calls attention to the fact that it is above the roof line and makes the building seem even taller. Do you have any ideas on how you could minimize the visibility of that mechanical overrun?
Okay, yes. So one thing is that the elevator doesn't go to the roof. So the overrun is only for, it's 3.5 feet. It's not going to be, 15 or 16 feet from the roof line. Currently, and also the elevator is pulled back from the edge of the building. So the distance to the property line on that side, I think, is 11 feet, I believe. What we do have, and that's probably visible on the landscape plans too, there is supposed to be a screen on that side of the facade where we have a vine that is gonna grow and cover the center of the building.
So you're anticipating that instead of the hoistway being that dark color, making the project seem that much taller, that you can in fact replace it with the wire mesh that is already on the roof?
The wire mesh is already, well, it's a problem also probably with the representation, but the wire mesh and the screen is already in the drawings and it's supposed to be on the face of the elevator hoistway. And eventually the vine and the jasmine is gonna grow and cover the color. The color is just gonna be a background to the vine.
Okay. I just feel that makes it, the project is so much taller than the other buildings to the north and the south. I just feel like that that color makes it seem that much taller. So I just wanted to ask if it was possible, but that's my last question.
Thank you, and my apologies for cutting you off and not letting you finish your question and anticipating, so my apologies. Any other commissioners with questions at this time? Vice Chair.
Just one clarification. You just mentioned that I'm looking at A3.1.2, that is a jasmine.
Well, what you see in the A312, that's it's just a representation. But what I was reading it from the landscape drawings. If you look at L10, L0, it does say that that's a star jasmine, and there's a picture of the star jasmine on the following page, L1.1.
Yeah, I'm familiar with what star jasmine is.
No, I know you are an expert on landscape, but I guess, I mean, I have to apologize for that, but the architectural elevations colored, I wouldn't take those as the actual plans. They're more to indicate that there's a vegetated, element there rather than exactly representing the species that is going to be used. So they need to be read in conjunction with the landscape architect work. So I need to improve the catalog of plants that I have here in the office, to be honest.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the applicant at this time? Seeing none, I skipped disclosures prior to going to the applicant, so I think it would be appropriate to do that now before we go to public comment. So I would like to ask if any of my colleagues have disclosures.
I visited the site, Chair.
Anyone else? Vice Chair?
I visited the site in 2017, in 2019, in 2020, and 2021. Yes.
Okay. Anyone else? Then I will also disclose that I visited the site, much like Commissioner Hoopengarner. I'm actually by there quite frequently, but made a deliberate point to go by this last weekend and visit the site. Or it wasn't this weekend, it was this week, but that doesn't matter. But I also wanted to disclose that, we have a letter in our late coming correspondence from Lynn Russell today. And I wanted to just disclose to the commission that I received a private email from Lynn Russell objecting to the fact that her memo was included in the public correspondence. Yet she included the memo when sending me the objection to the fact that it was public. So I just wanted to disclose that that's a little confusing for me and adds a dimension here that the public should be aware of before we deliberate. And so with that, I will go to
Chair Bass?
Yes.
I received the same private email from Lynn Russell, just so everybody knows.
Thank you.
So did I, but I was frankly confused because it's my understanding that correspondence that is delivered to the city and to city staff is public record. So I guess that's a question for legal on how that works.
Yeah, and I just disclosed it because it was not stuff that was contained in the record anywhere else. And so I appreciate, and I'll turn it over to Lauren.
Yeah, and I don't know if Jennifer has more to add on the subject, because the correspondence was directed to her, but I think that was staff's understanding that it was directed to staff. It was about the items that were before Planning Commission tonight, and so they felt that it was appropriate to attach it with the agenda packet and make sure that the public and the commissioners were all able to see it. So the private emails are the private emails. I don't have too much information about those, but the letter is attached with the agenda packet, which is helpful to commissioners to understand the issues of the project.
Thank you. Awkward disclosures, but I just wanted to make sure that the public was aware of everything that we, that we're considering when we approach this project. I think that's fair for everybody in the public to know, to be fully transparent. So now that we've made those disclosures, I would like to go to public comment, and I anticipate some. David, do you have a cue for that? And can you lead that process?
Thank you, Chair. Before I start, I do have one public comment that I'll read into the record that came in after the deadline. But before I do that, if there's anybody in the call queue that wants to speak on this item, from your telephone, just hit *9. That would let me know you want to speak on this item. Because right now, I don't have anybody that has signed up for us. This is from Joseph Gorfinkel, a West Hollywood resident, and he states, I have lived at 1156 and a half North Orange Grove since 1983, before West Hollywood was even a city. I am invested in my community as a concerned member of this neighborhood. I hope you will put my thoughts on record and the commission will consider them seriously. I have tried to be concise, but will gladly expand on them if you are interested. One, the project is 8,300 square feet on 7,500 square foot lot. How do you do this? Number two, low income unit bonus. What is backlog? For example, existing list size. How long is wait? Is this program even reasonable? Number three, effect on neighbors. Negative, will go out on my porch and see a wall instead of sky. And number four, Exhibit F is misleading as it makes it appear as if 1154 to 1158 is green space. It is a building which would be dwarfed by this. Number five, I was told by Castillo this was already in compliance with all regulatory requirements. Is this so? If so, why have a hearing? Number six, other projects on block at same time affect parking, quality of life for residents. If we go into a new lockdown, it will be horrible for adjacent residents. Number seven, is project funded or will we have a gaping wound in neighborhood while developer secures more financing? Number eight, historic value of homes, traditional to WeHo. What about that? And number nine, how does this help the neighborhood? It doesn't, only benefits developers at the expense of residents. And that was from Joseph Gorfinkel. Let's see, Chair, I do have one person, Lynn Russell. Lynn, go ahead, *6, and you have 3 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, good evening again. It's Lynn Russell in West Hollywood. Consistent advocate of timeless design and architecture. I would like to comment that the demolition of the current structures at 1150 to 1152 North Orange Grove was avoidable. The letter that you all saw online this morning was unfortunately posted and not intentionally was for public consumption. It was a private concern that I extended to our Director of Planning, Jennifer Alkire. Yes, I am knowledgeable about public comments. And to the people that spoke and said that I sent private emails to them, I was actually explaining how this unfortunate situation occurred, although I didn't have all the details at that time prior to talking with Jennifer. As a comparison on this project, within the Spalding Square HPOZ, a block directly north and east of Fairfax and north of Fountain, stands 1415 North Spalding Drive, a fine example of what this building could have achieved had it been properly evaluated as a potential resource and added to the conservation of the neighborhood. Unfortunately, despite the best efforts to have this building properly evaluated by highly credible sources, it seems to have fallen through the cracks and not have even evaluated by the same standards that one would expect in building and safety and plan check. It is part of the subtle erosion that I alluded to earlier in the public comments of what it remains of our historic resources carefully planned and cared for. Not a comment about it appeared in the current staff report. I wish Gianni Furtaldo a very capable architect, the very best of luck in this development. His Detroit Fountain project caught my attention several years ago, and I can only express high respect for his style in that project. We came to a meeting of the minds by way of the outstanding Villa Necchi in Milan, which can be seen in the excellent film I Am Love. So that is his standard. That is what I connected with. I wish him the best of luck on this project and moving on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lynn. And Chair, I'm not showing anyone else in the queue, so that looks like that will be our last public speaker.
Thank you very much. And so this is an opportunity now for the applicant to provide rebuttal if they choose. You have up to 5 minutes to do that.
Well, thank you. Well, I want to, first of all, as a fellow West Hollywood resident, I want to thank Lynn Russell for her advocacy on and her effort, in all matters that have to do with the urban development of West Hollywood. I've had the pleasure of meeting her at past planning commission hearing and design review subcommittee, and I really admire, the work that she does as a private citizen. With regards to the HRA prepared for this project, we discussed this also at the past hearing. It was prepared by one of the historians that belong to that have been pre-approved by the city of West Hollywood, and I contacted all of the historians, and ASN were the first one to respond, and that's why they were hired. They prepared the report. The report was also adjusted, and corrections were done. It was, I believe, also reviewed by a consultant to the city of West Hollywood. And the result of the report was that the existing two buildings do not meet the criteria of preservation at federal, state, and local level. I worked with these historians in particular on a different property, and the result on that property was that instead, they found that that property was, it's a property in the Windsor Village area, that property had to be preserved. So I don't believe that I do trust that they are reputable historians, otherwise they wouldn't be approved by the city of West Hollywood. Then we took the result of their report as credible, and that's what we submitted to the city. So the project, in addition to the other answer that I would like to offer to the previous comment that came via email or letter is that we did design this project. I worked on this project for a long time now, and in general, it's been designed to meet all of the provision of the zoning code, and we've also done already a preliminary review with building and safety to make sure that what's designed now, what's in your packets is actually something that can be built, which is not often the case in the past, which has not often been the case in the past. So we've, I can only assure the fellow citizens that I prepared this project with the uttermost professionalism, and I've really tried to listen and implement all the comments that were given to me at the various stages of development. And I will take the comments that I also received today and incorporate them into the further development of the project. Bicycle parking, the color of the elevator, and any other comments that the commission may have for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So at this point, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting, but keep the hearing open in case commissioners have additional questions of the applicant. It would be time for us to begin deliberations on this unless people have questions before we go to that point. So anyone who would like to begin is welcome. Commissioner Buckner.
Might as well. My last opportunity here. Thank you very much. And I was not at the previous hearing, so this was a new project for me to actually study. And I do think that from reading the comments and I see that the architect did do his best to incorporate a lot of the things that were said during the previous hearing. And I do think that the building is much improved. I like very much that that there is no open space on the rooftop and it's cleaner, and they have all the sun panels there, solar panels. And I like that the units for the air conditioning and other mechanical machines are in the center and not visible probably from the street, because they're right in the middle of the rooftop. And I think that that is really lovely. I like the idea that there are now private patios for each unit, which I think is wonderful for the people that are going to live there. I like that the rear patio area is larger, and it looks like it's going to be a very inviting place for residents to meet and spend time with each other and with their guests. I like that the parking has been reworked. It looks like it's much more manageable and makes it accessible to the residents. I like that it meets all the city codes, and the effort has been made to address all those things. I like that we're getting more units in for housing, and that there's a low-income housing unit there, which I think is wonderful. And frankly, I just think it's a really nice project, and I'm prepared to support it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? No one's jumping at the bit here. So I'll just, anyone else have comments before I go to the vice chair? I'm confident the vice chair does. So Commissioner Cavallero, go ahead.
Hello. I mean, I am in favor of this project too. It's evolved substantially since we've last reviewed it. I've always sort of admired sort of the conceptual development of this project, the big block broken down into pieces, and then its reference to its context, you know, the elevations, somewhat reminiscent or inspired by one of my favorite buildings in West Hollywood, which is 1400 North Sweetser. I think it's an outstanding mid-century modern building. I like how he also pulls, how you're pulling in other references from our community to create this, you know, sort of very elegant, elegant massing and elegant elevation. I like how the, I'll call it sand color, because I really couldn't quite tell from the renderings whether it's yellow or sand, but the skin is different from the internal color. So the red sort of expresses what's happening inside. I like the fact that that creates more dimension and more depth with the building. I agree with Commissioner Buckner. I like how all the mechanical units are screened and moved to the center, so you won't really be able to perceive those from a pedestrian level. You might be able to see them from a long distance. But in regards to the height of the building, I think, you know, it's sort of the edge is well defined. I really commend the applicant and city staff working hard to create the in-ground landscaping on the front and the back. You know, in the front, it just creates a much more welcoming experience. And in the back, you know, like Commissioner Buckner said, it creates a place that I think is actually usable and people will go out and actually entertain there. And we see projects come through all the time that have public spaces, but in the end, I don't think they're very habitable. And I believe that these are, and I think that's really great. The apartment units, the layouts are really nice. The only thing that I have issue with, and it relates to my question to you earlier, Giovanni, is that, you know, the ground floor patios are insane. And I already see you understand where I'm going with this. It's like, you know, the level of privacy, it's always difficult in that type of situation. And so my concern is that will those patios actually be used? When I walk in my neighborhood and I see any ground level patios, what people do is they build up the walls so it's a big barricade so people can't see in. So, you know, sort of that transparency and that usability, it sort of feels like an extension of the inside. It becomes an indoor space, it's not an outdoor space. You know, and I was thinking, how would I deal with that if I was to resolve it? And I thought, you know, maybe what if you did retractable full-size panels that just kind of moved away so that if you needed privacy, you could just pull the screen forward, and when you didn't, you could open it up. But other than that, I think that's minor. You know, maybe that's something that we and staff can think about as future projects come to the city and how we might be able to, you know, when you're setting the floor, when you're setting the base of the parking area, maybe you move it up a little bit and you maybe create that elevation change between the patio and the public area to sort of create sort of that some level of definition so that the person doesn't feel so exposed. I think this project is has dealt with, you know, dotted its I's and crossed its T's enough that I feel very comfortable supporting it.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Vincent, Commissioner Thomas, either one of you?
I don't have anything else to add, Chair. I think everything's pretty much been said. I really do like the way that this project's been adjusted, particularly as it relates to, like I said earlier, the city's sustainability and climate action goals, the moving the walls so that there's more native soil and more permeability, enhancing the daylighting and the natural ventilation so that there's not an over-reliance on artificial cooling and lighting. I would, I don't know if staff can report back on which unit ends up being inclusionary housing. I'd be really interested in knowing that. Aside from that, I'm inclined to support this project as well.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Vincent.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think everything's been said already, and I think the comments that were made in the previous hearing, it seems like all of those have been addressed, the concerns in the previous hearing. I do share the sentiments of Commissioner Carbonero, and I do think I like the idea of the retractable panels, if that could be done, or maybe, like he said, raising the underground parking, because not only is it a privacy thing, you know, like he says, where you end up putting up bamboo or some type of barrier for privacy, and then it ends up being indoor space, but also for safety. You know, people can jump a fence and then they're in your patio. So just for safety too. So I like the idea of the retractable panels, or maybe even taking into account maybe raising the parking structure. So there is a bit of a barrier there. Other than that, I think everything's been addressed and it looks like a gorgeous project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we go to the Vice Chair, Commissioner Buckner, did you have something?
Well, I was prepared if, I'm not sure if Lynn has something that she wants to add, but I was prepared to make a motion.
Okay, so after the Vice Chair and I make comments, I'll come back to you for a motion.
Fine, thank you.
Vice Chair, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think my colleagues have expressed most of my thoughts. I want to thank this developer for what's been a pretty long and arduous process. I remember, I think Commissioner Caballero, you and I were definitely, this is one of our first projects, early days. And yeah, Adam, I think you had just come on board, and I was not at all happy about that particular project. I remember the elevator to nowhere, and I think that and the ADA lift was a special bonus I really enjoyed. But this has come a long way, and I want to compliment the architect. I think this is a dramatic improvement. Needless to say, me being me, the addition of significantly more permeability is wonderful. And I want to thank you for working so closely with staff and UDAS to really maximize the opportunity for that permeability and thus the ability to plant. That said, I think I'm glad you clarified the landscaping palette, because I think it needs a little love. Some of it is frankly a little pedestrian, and some of it's just plain not workable, but there's some plant material that I think would complement the building. I think you've done such a really excellent job, as Commissioner Caballero pointed out, with your color palette and the contrasts, and not, thank you, being white and black and gray. And I think that there's a real opportunity to use your landscaping palette to work beautifully with your building. I'll just use a really simple example. There's a Racelia in there, and that Racelia is a wonderful weeping with red coral bells that the hummingbirds adore. And it blooms almost 365 days a year. So it's a wonderful opportunity to tie in the red of your setbacks and your balconies, et cetera, with your plant materials. And I think that there's some equally wonderful opportunities in your landscaping to really play off what you've done in the building and enhance it even further. I do agree that the layouts are nice. So many of these units we see such wasted space and really poor design. I think that these make sense. And I love the fact that it's not all cookie cutter, that you've got unique spaces in each of the units, and each of the balconies is unique and separate and gives the articulation to the building. I think with that, I'm definitely inclined to support this project. And I want to absolutely thank you for your willingness to work with staff and to listen to design review and to this commission and really incorporate these ideas thoughtfully.
Thank you very much. So I want to, first of all, ask staff quickly, what happens to the previous entitlement? I read that it would expire at the end of the year and be null and void. And those two things seem to be in conflict for me. Can you clarify what happens to the current entitlement if we approve this tonight? Obviously, if we don't approve it, that one stays in effect. So that's why I'm asking.
Correct. Yes, this entitlement will essentially override the other. It would become null and void.
Would it supersede?
It would supersede. There you go. Thank you, Commissioner, Vice Chair. If there is a condition, and that's what you might be referring to, that because if the project hypothetically was denied, that entitlement would continue. That the prior entitlement would continue if it's and would expire if not enacted upon.
Okay, I just wanted to understand that. And yeah, it was one of my first projects a couple months after joining this commission, and so it's kind of fun that we end on one that's been kind of going the whole time I've been here. Last time this came to us, I voted in favor of the project, and we tied 3-3. And I just want to acknowledge my colleagues who voted to bring it back, because I think we end up getting a better project. And so I thank my colleagues for that vote that I was on the other side of, but also the applicant and staff for making sure we got a better project. And I think this will suit the neighborhood a lot better. And I thank you for that. So I just want to address, since no one else here did, I echo a lot of the things people said, so I don't need to repeat that, but I want to address the historic nature, and that's only because it came up in public comment. I want to make sure that there is a record that the commission did consider the letters that we have received this time in 2017 as well as in 2020. We did consider those letters. We reviewed the historic documents. I know I did. I read them word for word, and I heard them, and they were considered, but I support the historic assessment. I believe that is factual and binding in this situation. So I just wanted to make sure we acknowledge that was heard and considered. I think that's important. Plus, with an existing entitlement, there's already a demolition permit if we were to deny this. So the building could already be torn down, arguably. Although I'm hoping we approve this tonight, because it would end up with a better project. So all of that being said, I just wanted to make sure we acknowledge that we had a conversation around that. And I promise to go back to Commissioner Buckner for a motion at this time.
Everybody's had an opportunity, so correct?
Yes.
In that case, then I would like to move the staff recommendation and the Planning Commission approve the project request subject to the findings and conditions of approval set forth in the draft resolution number PC 21-1403.
I'll second.
Thank you. David, could you please call the roll?
Thank you. Commissioner Vinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Commissioner Buckner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Vice Chair Huppengarner,
Yes.
Chair Bass,
Yes.
and the motion passes 6 ayes, noting Commissioner Jones is absent. And we have
before you read the statement, David, my understanding is that closed the public hearing as well, that motion. Just, I think we're supposed to say that. Yes, it will.
We will.
We're supposed to say that before we vote, but to be on record that's what we were doing.
Yes.
Back to you for the statement. I cut you off reading.
Okay. The resolution the Planning Commission just approved memorializes the Commission's final action on this matter. This action is subject to appeal to the City Council. Appeals must be submitted within 10 calendar days from the state to the City Clerk's office. Appeals must be in writing and accompanied by the required fees. The City Clerk's office can provide appeal forms and information about waiver of fees.
Thank you very much. We moved item 10C to follow 10D, so we will go to 10D now, which is a proposed zone text amendment about sideway widths, and I will ask for a staff report.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Thank you, Chair Bass and Commissioners, and those of you watching at home. My name is Rachel Diamond. I'm a senior planner in the Long Range Planning Division at the city. And tonight we have a zone text amendment that I'd actually like to turn the presentation over to our Long Range Planning intern, Jane Wichichulern, who is going to make the presentation. Thank you so much, Jane.
Thank you. Let me just share my screen really quick. All right, just want to make sure everyone can see this okay on your side. I think so, hopefully, okay. Yeah, so as Rachel mentioned, my name is Jane WehoTV, and I'm an intern at the Long Range Planning team. And tonight we're going to be looking at the zone text amendment regarding driveway widths. This draft resolution is in attachment A. And so this amendment is specifically for residential driveways. The previous standard limits driveways to 24 feet or 40% of the parcel width, whichever one is less, and sets a minimum width of 10 feet. A zoning interpretation was issued by the director, John Kehoe, establishing a new driveway width requirement based on the number of parking spaces. And the purpose of this interpretation is to clarify the city's application of the driveway standards provision of the zoning ordinance regarding the acceptable driveway widths for residential projects in residential zoning districts. Noteworthy is the city's need to provide on-street parking, street trees, safe lines of sight, and a walkable community to its residents and visitors. Therefore, it serves the city's needs to keep the driveway widths and driveway aprons at the public right-of-way aligned to the absolute minimum possible. So once that interpretation was issued, it became the law, and the recommendation standard here is just to align the zoning ordinance with that interpretation. So the next few slides will explain how this breaks down based on the parking spaces. So for up to 12 parking spaces, the driveway width is set to 10 feet for all types of driveways, including subterranean, above ground, or on-grade driveways. Between 13 to 25 parking spaces, the minimum driveway width would be 10 feet for a single car width and a maximum up to 18 feet for a two-car width. Up to 20 feet may be requested when the design incorporates a median or a divider element, such as a call box or a reader, integrates mirrors the top and bottom of the ramps, and is also accompanied by operational protocols governing entry and exit priorities. Oops. For 26 parking spaces or greater, the required driveway width is 18 feet to accommodate two-car width, and again, up to 20 feet wide maximum driveway may be requested when the design, same as before, incorporates a median, mirrors, and other kind of governing protocols. There is, for special cases, there is also an exception. So the Director of Public Works may approve driveways up to 24 feet if the applicant demonstrates any of these following special conditions. So for instance, like a physical lack of design alternatives, the presence of special conditions, or a unique intensity of vehicular traffic in a residential use. And so just a quick note that this is a small change on the resolution. So subsection 19.28.130B3D shall be amended to read as follows. Exception, the Director of Public Works may approve driveway widths up to 24 feet, where the applicant demonstrates a physical lack of design alternatives, the presence of special conditions, or a unique intensity of vehicular traffic in a residential use. So the main difference here is that we just added the 24-foot maximum to the exception, which was just erroneously omitted by the staff. So I just want to make sure that the absolute maximum is defined in the recommendation. And finally here, we just have a table that summarizes the key changes. So kind of outlining the number of parking spaces on the left here and comparing it with the previous driveway widths, the proposed driveway widths, and the proposed widths that are subject to approval. And that's it. Thank you. And the staff is available for questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and a great job at your first time presenting to the West Hollywood Planning Commission. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yes. Are there any questions for Jane at this time? Then we will go to public comment if there is any.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, there is. Our first public speaker will be Manny Rodriguez. Manny, go ahead and do *6, and you have 3 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, Manny Rodriguez, West Hollywood. I'm sorry if I bring up a question that's obvious, but I I'm not quite clear on what the maximum, what the amendment is asking to be the maximum driveway width for single family homes, which does not fall into the category of 12 cars and all that. So I know I went back and forth a little bit with Rachel about this, but I still wasn't clear. I hope that it's not a maximum of 10 feet driveway widths in single-family homes, because that is really what ends up happening is once you put a fence up there on your property line, you end up with about 9 feet 3 inches, which is the absolute minimum for a useful driveway. I have a Prius. I could do it. I have to let the passenger out, on the street before I go into the driveway, because only one door can open. And if you have a larger car, even 9 feet 3 inches wall to wall is inadequate. So I think the objective is to get cars off the street and to provide driveways in new construction of single family homes that are that have a maximum of over 10 feet, maybe 11 or 12, if that's indeed what's happening here. So I'm sorry, I apologize if I didn't understand it, but that's my concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. Chair, if there's anybody else on the call that would like to speak on this item, just hit *9 on your phone to let me know. Otherwise, it looks like that's all I'm showing, Chair, for public comment on this item.
Great, thank you. Who would like to begin? Vice Chair?
Unmuting. I'm still in question mode if that's available.
Yeah, I think questions would be appropriate now before deliberation, of course.
Oh, then I'll let my colleagues go first.
No, I said I think questions are good. So why don't you pose the question?
Okay, so the first question is, and I think our public speaker brought up a good question about the fence. Okay, so when we talk about the driveway width, is that in addition to, separate from any obstructions due to fencing and buildings that are on the side? I know for myself, there is a wall, a concrete wall on my lot line with my neighbor that's been there for 60 years. Is that 10 feet separate from that wall? Is there any allowance for spacing? Can you help clarify that?
Sure, I can answer that question. So this is for new construction or new construction of driveways included. And so if there is a wall, we wouldn't count the portion that's occupied by the wall as the actual driveway, particularly if that runs down to the ground. So usually you'd count, we're really talking about the apron and curb cut there. So the wall would still need to be a specific distance away from that driveway and pull back off of the street for sight distance. And there are certain sight distance triangles that you need to have on the side of your apron. So there would be a little bit of space. I know there are certain existing conditions where there's a wall right up on a driveway. In the future, there would need to be slight spacing so that you wouldn't have to double dip there. We'd want a driveway to be exactly 10 feet in width.
Yeah, but to be clear, if I were to redevelop my property and the new rules would come into play, I'd still be dealing with that wall next door, and that would have to be taken into consideration. And no, it doesn't go to the street because you can't do that. But okay, so I wanted to clarify that. And also to just clarify, this 10 feet limitation on item A would still be subject to a 10% modification should need require it based upon conditions, yes?
Yes, so this could fall under the 10% modification where you'd be allowed to expand up to 10% under certain conditions. And otherwise, any one of the driveway types could ask for an exception to the Public Works Director that could allow up to 24 feet in width beyond that modification.
The only other thing I had is I just think to Mr. Rodriguez's point, item A is not really clear the way it's written. It just says 10 feet wide. Because the others talk about minimums and maximums, the way this is written, it's just not quite obvious that this is straight up 10 feet and that's it. I'm not sure what the language modification could be to further clarify that, but I know I read it 2 or 3 times going, well, but is that the maximum or the minimum, or so I don't know if you had ideas on that, or if my colleagues even agree. So with that, those are my comments.
Just to respond to that, I can work on creating full sentences for that that subsection, and I can read it into the record should you choose to include that in your motion.
Thank you.
Thank
Those are my
you.
questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Vincent.
Yeah, I want to piggyback on Vice Chair's question. Are we talking about the apron, or we're talking about the driveway, or we're talking about both?
Both.
Both. Okay, thank you.
Any further comments at this time, or just the question, Commissioner Vincent? Sorry, I asked you right as you take a drink, so
That's okay. Yeah, that was just the question for now.
Okay. Anyone else have questions or would like to start deliberations at this time? I think Commissioner Hoopengarner weighed in on some, but please, anybody? Yes, Commissioner Buckner.
Rachel, I think it would be helpful if you could clarify that with the full sentences so that it's clear. I also reread it a few times trying to figure out what was really happening here. So if you want to take a few minutes to do that so that we can hear what a resolution would, what the code would actually read, would be great.
Absolutely. So if you refer to attachment A, which is the resolution PC 21-1404, if we go down to in section A within attachment A, starting with B3A, which reads up to 12 parking spaces, we can amend that draft language to read driveway pavement width shall be 10 feet wide. And then in parens includes driveway ramp conditions going subterranean or going up to above ground structures and on-grade driveways. And then the next subsection B, 13 to 25 parking spaces, will read similarly. The required driveway pavement width or the required driveway pavement minimum width shall be 10 feet wide, parens, single car width, close parens, and a maximum of 18 feet wide for 2-car width. And then continuing up to a 20-foot wide maximum driveway may be requested when the design incorporates a median or divider element with a call box or access reader, integrates mirrors at the top and bottom of ramps, and is accompanied by operational protocols governing entry and exiting priorities. And then the third section C will be amended to read 26 parking spaces or greater. The allowable, or we can have it say, I'm sorry, the driveway width shall be 18 feet wide or 2-car widths. With up to 20 feet maximum if the design incorporates a median or divider element with a call box or access reader, integrates mirrors at the top and bottom of ramps, and is accompanied by operational protocols governing entry and exiting priorities. And then we'll leave D as we read into the record previously, where we ensured that there was the additional mention of the maximum 24 feet overall. So no driveway can be approved to be beyond 24 feet wide in this proposed language.
Thank you for those additions. Our city attorney has.
Does that work, Lauren?
Yeah, I just wanted to say for 3A and 3C, I think the concept is minimum 10 feet and minimum 18 feet, right? Because
no, it's just that standard.
Exactly 10 feet.
That's correct. And so they would be able to get additional space should they qualify for the exception. In C, they have a built-in exception specifically for that size of parking lot, or for single family homes or anything smaller than the anything up to 12 parking spaces would be 10 feet wide as a standard.
So you're dictating a very specific. Okay.
Exactly. And again, the key purpose here really is to preserve on-street parking for aesthetic and environmental reasons. So this will help us maintain parking both on-site and off-site on the street.
Would you mind reading the changes one more time to make sure that everybody's clear?
Well, I made them up off the top of my head and didn't type them because I didn't have time. So let's standardize them and say that for A, and each one will read the same, up to 12 parking spaces, the allowable driveway pavement width is 10 feet, parens, includes driveway ramp conditions going subterranean or going up to above ground structures and on-grade driveways. And then for 13 to 25 parking spaces in subsection B, it will read the minimum driveway pavement width is 10 feet wide for a single car width and up to 18-foot wide maximum for a 2-car width. And then the second sentence reads as is already written in the resolution. And then for subsection C, it will read 26 parking spaces or greater. The allowable driveway pavement width shall be 18 feet for a 2-car width, with up to 20 feet maximum if the design incorporates a median or divider element with a call box or access reader, integrates mirrors at the top and bottom of ramps, and is accompanied by operational protocols governing entry and exiting priorities. And then D, subsection D, Jane, would you mind putting up the PowerPoint where we have that language? So then subsection D will be amended to read the director of public exception, the director of public works may approve driveway widths up to 24 feet where an applicant demonstrates a physical lack of design alternatives, the presence of special conditions, or a unique intensity of vehicular traffic in a residential use.
Thank you for reading those in. Does the city attorney have additional concerns that need to be addressed before we continue deliberations? Okay. I saw the vice chair's hand, but I'd like to weigh in here and just simply say that I like this. I like the, Vice Chair Hoopengarner alluded to it earlier. I tend to be an advocate for street parking. So this is right up my alley. That being said, there are areas of our city, not where I live, where there are a lot of single family homes, not many places in our city, but there are, like where Mr. Rodriguez lives. And I do believe that the strict interpretation of 10 feet wouldn't be satisfied with the exception as it's written, because there aren't, an intensity of vehicular traffic or something like that. So a specific 10 foot for a single family home just simply doesn't work for me. So I would not support this proposal as it's written without amending A to at least allow a little bit of flexibility for single family homes. So I don't know where any of my colleagues are. I might be alone on that, but I wanted to weigh in on that. And I thought Vice Chair Hoopengarner also had additional comments.
Well, this is a question as well as a comment in that we're talking about the driveway, not technically the parking, okay? And so to the extent that we're talking about a new development that's a single family home, parking will be required in a structure, and that structure can have different specifications in terms of access, et cetera. Is that the truth, or did I misinterpret?
That's very accurate. Every property will have the opportunity to have, or is required rather, to have their parking in interior with some exceptions in various places in the city. So there are carports allowed in WeHo West. And then when you can convert your garage to an ADU, for example. But generally people build, parking spaces in interior garages in West Hollywood.
So I'm just trying to, visualize this because if, and to our earlier hearing item, parking spaces underground are a standard 9 feet, correct? And sometimes 8 feet 6. So that's the parking space, which is designed for ingress and egress in the car, from the car, in a 9-foot space. So a 10-foot driveway is narrow but you don't, who has a 9-foot car? No, nobody has cars are, Commissioner Caballero, help us out here, 6 feet plus or minus width, right? So having 2 feet on each side for maneuverability in your driveway, we're not even talking about parking, right? We're just talking about driving versus the actual parking space. Now, speaking as someone who lives in a single family home and parks in her driveway, I understand this, but also let's remember that presumably that driveway doesn't have walls on both sides like you do sometimes in a underground parking garage, etc. So yes, like me, you might have a wall on one side, but you still usually have, garden space or whatever on the other side for ingress and egress. So I'm just trying to visualize this in my head, but we are talking about the driveway, not the ultimate parking areas for however many cars, depending upon the building being built. Is that correct?
I see John Kehoe is looking
Go ahead,
away.
John.
Yes, hi there. Yes, that's correct. And this is primarily at the property line is where the concern is. So not as the driveway goes deeper into the project, it's at the property line. This came up from our engineering department because the existing language has says maximum width of 24 feet. So we would have people building 3 units wanting to have a 24-foot wide driveway. And they would really challenge our public works when they would say only 3 units, that could be much narrower. And so this allows them to say no to those wide driveways. And it's real, and like I said, it's just at the property line. It's not really talking about further in, but maybe this is a recommendation to the city council. So we hear some concerns, so we can also further refine it before it gets to city council.
Well, I don't know about further refining if we're the recommending body.
If you want more refinements, this way.
Yeah.
If you're okay with the language as it is, talking about the property line, then that's fine.
Any refinement would be related to clarifying the language versus any substantial changes would always come back to you.
So if we were to modify the language to say property line, conceivably someone could create sort of a V-shaped driveway that has, is 10 feet at the property line and then gets wide enough to park 2 cars on the property?
Yeah, absolutely. We certainly could accommodate, if you wanted to expand it, someone could potentially, flare their driveway. It's not necessarily something we see often, again, because lots are typically 40, maybe 50 feet wide.
I mean, it's certainly not something that's practical in this town. I myself don't have a problem with the language as modified. I think it is a driveway. It is not, we're not discussing parking spaces.
Is there any further comment or deliberation? Then I would entertain a motion.
I would move to approve staff's report as modified.
Second.
Commissioner Thomas, you seconded?
Yes.
Okay. David, if you could please call the roll.
Thank you. Commissioner Thomas?
Yes.
Commissioner Vinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Carvalero,
Yes.
Commissioner Buckner,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hoopengarner,
Yes.
Chair Bass,
No.
and the motion carries 5 ayes. Noting Chair Bass voting no, Commissioner Jones absent. Motion passes. This is a recommendation to City Council. There is no appeal process.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So at this point in time, we're going to have 2 commissioners who are going to recuse themselves going forward. So I would like to call on them to state their conflict and say goodnight. Commissioner Buckner?
Yes, I need to recuse myself because the item that's going to come next on the agenda is within 500 feet from my residence.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Caballero?
I need to recuse myself because it's a billboard project and I have a project within the same program. So conflict of interest.
Thank you both very much. Have a good night, Commissioner Caballero and Commissioner Buckner. Once again, thank you very much for your service to the City of West Hollywood. Now I want to check with my colleagues who are still here before we move on to the item. Do we need a quick 5-minute break? I think that I do. So no objections? Okay, if you could all be back here at 8:50 and we will proceed. 8:51.
This is going to be cozy.
I think all the commissioners are here, so if staff is ready, we can proceed. David, are you ready?
Yes, Chair, we're good to go.
Great. Okay. Then I will move on now to what's labeled item 10C, which is 8752 Sunset Boulevard, and ask for a staff report.
Good evening, commissioners. Let me share my screen and start the presentation. Okay, this proposal tonight is to convert an existing two-sided static on-site advertising sign located at 8752 Sunset to a new two-sided billboard for off-site advertising. It requires a sign permit, a zoning map amendment, and development agreement. Tonight, the commission is to review the applications for this proposed billboard, and we're really seeing if it meets the relevant standards of and vision of the Sunset Boulevard off-site signage policy. The site is located here on Sunset at the junction of Sherbourne and Sunset Boulevard. The existing billboard here, it's an on-site advertising. It occasionally has non-commercial images, art programming, and the like. It's freestanding, it's two-sided. It's been there since the 60s. And for that reason, it's probably somewhat underscaled and a bit outmoded. The proposal is for what we're calling the Standing Meadow billboard. And that is a two-sided, internally lit billboard. There's a green wall support structure, and that's planted with native plants. The sign structure is a steel truss with solid and perforated stainless steel panels, and that's where the plant materials are. The two sign faces will be somewhat larger than the existing, and this whole sign will be a bit higher than the existing sign. This billboard has been screened for the design excellence and has been authorized to move forward for an application. This is the site plan. The red arrow points to where this is on Sunset. That arrow is pointing to where the existing sign is and the new sign will be. This, as I said, is an internally lit, internally illuminated sign face. So that means it's backlit. And it lights the sign face very evenly distributed lighting. The light does not shine out, rather it is lit from within, and that reduces the glare and reflection impacts for pedestrians and motorists. The landscape lighting is a mix of spotlights directed at the plant materials, and there are some strip lights that are placed behind the perforated surfaces. This creates a soft lighting effect on the plant materials themselves. The Sunset Arts and Advertising Subcommittee reviewed this proposal at the January 14th meeting of this year. Feedback was generally positive. The subcommittee did have a couple of requests, however. One is to reduce the Orangeboro media sign on the billboard and to review how the billboard encroaches over the sidewalk for pedestrian safety. The applicant took these to heart, did reduce the sign of the size of the OBM sign at the top of the billboard, added more details on the green wall watering system to make sure that the water did not drip on the pedestrians underneath. And they have added a section drawing showing the relationship of the sign to the sidewalk and the pedestrian. Also added some materials on lighting, lighting details in the materials. This these are the two graphics, this two elevations that show the relationship to the street. There's a 15-foot clearance from the sidewalk edge here to where it meets the bottom of the sign. And this is the scaled pedestrian image. They did reduce the orange barrel media sign at the top, and I understand that they have some additional alternatives that they want to present tonight. So that will be during their presentation. This is a view of the green wall, and it shows the sort of varying soil depths and kinds of plants that will be at that in those different soil depths. These green wall details show on the left how the soil is sort of held into the structure. This is a fully established green wall, and this is a detail of how these sort of perforated panels will hold the plant box. This is the view shed analysis. So if we go from top, and the pink is the proposed billboard, and the green are other awarded billboards along the strip. So this is a view looking from the west. This is from the south. This is basically looking from the restaurant up its driveway. And this is from the north, looking down Sherborne. And this view is from the east. This graphic shows the two closest awarded billboards. These are not yet approved, but this is the Lutado Studio, and this is 8730 Sunset Towers. So proposed sign and the two nearest adjacent awarded billboards. The proposed billboard has to conform to the off-site signage policy. And in this case, it meets all the relevant standards of that policy. And that has to do with the size, the height, location, the type of sign that it is, lighting and operational standards. It's also required to have a development agreement approved, and that development agreement lays out the public benefit, public arts and programming, the annual payment. I'll go into a bit more detail in a bit. Right now, we'll go into a bit more detail. So over the 30-year term of the development agreement, the owner-operator will pay a public benefit equal to 20% of the revenue share or a minimum annual guaranteed payment with an escalation each year. That figures to be about $100,000 per sign face. They must maintain ongoing technological updates. They have to continue to ensure that the building is continually occupied, or there is a fee that would have to be paid. They have to use the latest in green energy practices, and they have to upkeep and maintain the sign and the plant materials, and also provide 96 hours of arts programming per year. The staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolutions that would approve the development agreement, the zoning map amendment, and the sign permit, allowing a conversion of the existing static billboard at 8752 Sunset Boulevard. And that concludes my presentation. Available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Do my colleagues have any questions at this time? Vice Chair Hoopengarner, please.
Okay. Ryan, thank you. You gave us this outline of the project standards at the last, I can't see it in my little blue screen. That thing, you can see it. That's the outline of the project standards for these sunset billboards. And included in that is 17.5% of time reserved for city, time for arts, etc. By my calculation, that's 1,533 hours a year. This development agreement is 96 hours, which is 1% of the time per year, not 17.5% of the time. Can you help me wrap my head around that?
Absolutely. And hey, Commissioners, Brian Eck, Senior Planner and Project Lead for the Sunset Arts and Advertising Program. That represents a lack of nuance in terms of the materials that I gave you. That is in reference to digital signs, which are required to have a 17.5% share of city content. Static signs, as part of this program, are required to have 96 hours total throughout the year. So I need to reflect and update those materials I gave to you. So this is in conformance with the policy. And this was not negotiated down in the development agreement.
So I see, so that's in 4.2 on page 18 of the resolution. And that that says city content allocation. So that's referring to all of the content, yes?
Correct.
Because that is where I got the 96 hours from. So if you're saying to me that the 17% applies to the digital, that's not reflected here. Is that somewhere else?
This is a static sign entirely. And so therefore their obligation is just the 96 hours. Any digital sign that would come forward as part of the program, like the first one we saw or subsequent ones in the future, will have that 17.5% requirement.
I was just trying to find where that was in the DA. And I didn't see
17. Let me pull it up if you would get to your next question, just so I understand precisely what
I mean,
you're asking.
to the extent that it's a requirement as part of the agreement, I would think it would be in the development agreement. And now I will be the first to say I did not read every last word of this development agreement, but I did kind of go through it and I didn't see that. So if you can point me to that.
The 96 hours?
No, I got the 96 hours. It's the 17.5% of the digital.
It doesn't apply to this sign because this sign has no digital component. This sign is only a static billboard.
Okay. And does that 96 hours apply to both sides of the billboard or one face?
It applies to both sides of the billboard.
Should that maybe be clarified?
We can certainly clarify that for the final draft of the development agreement.
Bearing in mind that you're going to win the lottery and be in Tahiti and some poor other slob is going to have to enforce this agreement and need to know the rules. Okay. And I don't want to belabor it, but I think since this is our first DA that we're going through, that I want to make sure that we do some crossing and dotting of I's and T's. 4.1.1.2 on page 17, minimum annual guaranteed payment increases at 3% per year. Is there any anticipated addressing of the CPI? Given that we're talking a couple of decades here, and there's this thing that is called inflation that's been known to happen from time to time. And I would hate to see the city get caught flat-footed with, a 20% inflation, God forbid, and not have the ability to address that in these agreements.
Yeah, so the 3% is meant to capture CPI and actually is more aggressive than CPI has traditionally been. Now, I get that there could be a circumstance in which inflation rises faster than 3%. However, the structure of the payment is such as that it is the greater of 20% of the revenue of the sign. So in theory, revenue would raise along with the rate of inflation for the sign. And so it's captured there. The minimum annual guarantee payment just sets the floor. And that is what would escalate at 3% per year. It's our anticipation and our hope that we will be receiving the revenue share payment and not defaulting to the minimum annual guarantee payment.
Okay.
And we have received some pushback in the 3% escalator precisely because it is greater than CPI has been over past decades. Yeah.
Okay. I think on a couple of the areas, my question is kind of or what. I'm just talking like, for example, maintenance, owner shall repair, maintain, and replace, or what?
That's the beauty of a development agreement. If the or what is, we have the ability to find them in default of the agreement. They're in fault of the agreement, we can remove their right to operate and the sign.
Okay. And I guess my last comment on that was on the occupancy, the building occupancy. Does that's on 4.5 on the bottom of page 18. How is that going to be tracked?
Let me get back to you on that question. That's a really good, I'm just curious if our other staff might have a thought on that.
I mean, this is what I do for a living is I help enforce contracts and calculate the, how much and the who and create the databases to figure it out. And so that's the first thing I look at when I see contracts is like, who's gonna write all those down and who's gonna follow?
Can you repeat the question?
So bottom of page 18, 4.5 has language about building occupancy, saying that the building, if it remains unoccupied for more than 6 consecutive months, and then commencing, et cetera, then there'll be a minimum guaranteed payment, et cetera. But who's tracking whether or not a building is occupied? When does it become occupied, unoccupied? Who's tracking the moving vans? I mean, we have a hard enough time on our rental stock. I don't know that we've ever tracked that on our commercial stock. And so when back to enforceability and administration of these DAs, you don't have to answer this tonight, but I want us to sort of surface these things because.
No, it's a great question, and I can answer it at least partially right now. We have several development agreements on file that have different various milestones, obligations over time and things like that. And we do, basically we audit them annually and make sure that everything is compliant. And so this would be incorporated into that process that is sort of managed by a number of different divisions, including finance, including our legislative affairs team, and including planning, obviously. How this particular milestone will be tracked with the occupancy is something we'll have to work out, and we can always report back.
Okay.
Yeah, there is an annual reporting requirement. I just want to put a pin in this. And also, again, going back to, if they're not in compliance with the development agreement, they lose their rights to the sign. Also, this is one tenant in a building, so it's pretty glaring should there be a lack of occupancy. I think with an office building that has 50 tenants, that's a harder one to track and figure out. When Evely, the restaurant, God forbid, it doesn't, exist any longer, I think we'll all know. And I think our internal systems can easily capture and catch this one, along with the annual reporting requirement.
Yeah, I'm discussing this as relates to this project, obviously, but going forward, since this is our first DA, let's kind of set the policies, procedures, and tools in place at the same time, so that going forward we kind of have it figured out. Okay, let's zig back to the plans, and let's talk about the overhang over the public right of way. Do we have precedent for this overhang over the public right of way? Are we setting precedent for this overhang over the public right of way? It's different than, sort of a marquee, which is on some of the other projects that we've looked at. This is a standalone billboard. And the current billboard, if I read it doesn't hang over the public right of way. If I look at the Google Maps as best as I can. So are we setting a precedent here for allowing billboards to overhang the public right of way? And can this or should this billboard be moved back into the property so that it is not, and back to my earlier questions at Sunset Arts and Architecture Subcommittee about dripping on the pedestrians as they walk underneath this.
So the answer is no, this is not precedent setting. There are several billboards that overhang the public right of way. I think notably the rainbow sign that we looked at subcommittee last time already overhangs the public right of way. And of course, we have an encroachment permit process that handles that to make sure that it's, follows all the public safety protocols and, is doesn't present any kind of hazards for pedestrians, motorists, etc.
And can you help me with, and maybe we'll wait till the architect does their, what do we call it, whirly twirly? On page D1, and Jennifer, you showed the sort of this layout in relation to the driveway. I'm having a little trouble with the encroachment on the driveway and the driveway access and the property lines.
Yes, and the applicant is prepared to talk about that this evening. So if you want to hear from them directly.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, we'll leave it for them then. And I think that's the bulk of my questions right now.
Thank you. Do we have any more questions for staff before we move on to the applicant's presentation? Okay, let's do disclosures at this time. Do any of you have disclosures to make?
Other than a site visit, no.
Garner made a site visit. Commissioner Vincent Thomas?
Yes, I met with the applicant's representatives this week.
I apologize. I did take a brief phone call from the applicant's representatives and spoke to items that were addressed in the package.
Yes, I too spoke of items that are addressed in the package.
Perfect. And Commissioner Vincent, I saw you shake your head no, so I will acknowledge that I saw that, and I would repeat Commissioner Hoopengarner's disclosures that I too visited the site, and I did have a meeting with the applicant's representative, but only discussed items contained in the staff report. And with that, we will turn it over to the applicant, who will have 10 minutes to present. Later, they'll have a 5-minute rebuttal period if there is public comment that they wish to respond to or to elaborate on things that they said before. So we'll turn it over to you. I think it's Aaron Green who's going to do this, right?
Thank you, Chair. Aaron Green, the Africa Consulting Group, representing the applicant team. I'm joined here this evening by the property owner, Chris Shane, as well as Andy Lance from Rios, who is our architect on this program, and the team from Orange, Braille, Clay Collette, and Yuna Siddiqui. We are very privileged to be here before you this evening. And just on a personal note, it kind of struck me at the beginning of this meeting that I am participating in the last public hearing that Commissioner Brass will chair and participate in, and same with Commissioner Buckner. And anyway, that's not lost on me. It was something notable. So thank you very much. I want to just quickly touch upon 3 guiding principles here that we'll get into more during our discussion and presentation. There are many things that we were looking to achieve with this sign, but 3 that I just really want to hone in on. And one is aligning with the exceedingly high goals and priorities that the council set when it established the process and the new sign policy that looked to create and really drove for a vibrant visual and pedestrian experience along Sunset that is helped to be facilitated by these new sign projects. 2, creating a structure, a sign, an opportunity that would enhance the existing experience of the business at this site, in this case, the Evely, enhance it for the business as well as for patrons. And 3, really raise the bar for what a small static sign can do to contribute to Sunset Boulevard, to the city, and really to the vibrancy of the urban fabric of the city. With that, I'm going to ask Chris Shane, the property owner, to speak briefly.
Hi, I just want to say thank you, staff and commissioners, for your time this evening.
I'm super grateful for this opportunity. I've been talking with the city about the sign for I think 10 years now. So tonight's like my night before the Planning Commission, and I'm just so happy to be here to talk about the Standing Meadow project. My grandfather bought this building in the 1940s to set up his car leasing business. It was a single family home on Sunset Boulevard, if you can believe it. And it's still the same single story cottage style house. And that now is occupied by the Everly. And when my grandfather was running his business, he decided to erect this pole sign, which is still there today, kind of just languishing. And this project would really just uplift that signage area and really complement the restaurant and just uplift the surrounding space. And yeah, with COVID-19, it's been really rough on the restaurant, and this project would be a lifeline for our small family business and allow us to just keep this iconic building maintained for generations to come and just be able to continuing to serve the community as a space for entertainment and just having just a welcoming space to kick back. So I'm just really happy that I got to hear your comments tonight, and I appreciate all the work that you do to make the city so wonderful for all of us. And with that, I'll pass it over to Andy Lance with Rios to discuss more of the details about the project. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Chris and Aaron, and good evening, commissioners. I'm Andy Lance, Creative Director and Partner at Rios and architect for this project. I want to try to give a lot of time with the 6 minutes that I have left to get through to address some of the comments that have come up. But obviously, you know, looking at the existing conditions and developing a concept for this, we really wanted Standing Meadow to stand out on the Sunset Strip and complement to the vibe and sort of experience of being at the restaurant. The frontage of the restaurant on the Sunset Strip really prioritizes a green thumb understanding of what a pedestrian experience can be. And for us, we really wanted to develop a design that brought down that flora and that sort of verdant expression of the surrounding hillsides into the pedestrian experience of the Sunset Strip and marry it with a really interesting architectural form that captured that as a really amazing organic texture with the landscape amenities and really put into flight the two-sided static billboard, as you can see here in the renderings. Really quickly, a little bit of understanding behind the faceted form making here. The priority in this was to really privilege an understanding of how to integrate in these landscape features as best as possible and to develop a system that allowed for a diversity in soil depths. So in installing this as a system, these depths become critical for us to introduce a sort of larger range of potential flora and species, as well as a level of maturity, meaning when installed, more mature plants can survive in the deeper soils and really make this thing appear much like you see it on screen right now with the renderings. More importantly, in regard to its relationship to the existing right-of-way, a lot of the plant materials that are facing that location are intentionally handled in such a way to minimize any litter or any impact on the experience of that right-of-way. A little bit more about the technology behind this. Obviously, Rios has had great experiences in West Hollywood. IAC is a few buildings down from this, which is a great example of integrating in these vertical growing systems. So in regard to dripping or in regard to anything that may diversely affect the pedestrian experience, these systems are done in such a way, and the design of this is integrated in such a way that all of the freshwater and sort of wastewater associated to the drip irrigation that's integrated into this billboard is sort of maintained and concealed within the faceted form of it. More importantly, these green wall sort of modulars are made up of a multi-layer system of various degrees of felt enclosure, meaning all soil and all water source is basically contained within the system and doesn't really have any associated drip or of water or fall of soil associated to it. And the waste capture of this for all of the drip irrigation helps to sort of divert down to the base of this into a connection into a waste line associated to the overall system. So really controlled and sort of capable of not having any impacts such as that. A little bit about the overall landscape palette. Obviously, we wanted to integrate understanding of plant materials here that were very dynamic. So we are showing here an understanding of seasonal bloom as well as annual and year-round bloom. I think bigger picture, our aspiration with this, as well as a lot of our aspirations with work on the Sunset Strip, is to integrate in pollinator friendly plants in an effort to sort of build a better ecosystem along the Sunset Strip. One great thing about this is that this really does complement the city's policy towards preservation and revitalization of monarch butterflies.
There's 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you. As you can see here on screen, a lot of our flowering specimens are sort of nectar attractors for both monarch butterflies, butterflies in general, bees and hummingbirds. And more importantly, really easily, we could introduce more milkweed species into this that could really foster nesting and offspring habitats for monarch butterflies. So the potential here with the pollination is pretty substantial. Lighting, we kind of addressed in the staff report, but it will be heavily focused on providing accent to the plant materials and a soak glow within the cavity of the structure. We really wanted the plant materials to provide an organic texture while also becoming a sort of significant gesture to the overall design. Really quickly in regard to the relationship to the right-of-way, as you can see here on screen, this is the parcel map. The two adjacent properties on both the east and west basically maintain a 7'6" dimension of the width of sidewalk. As you can see here with this site, we are adding into that an additional 6 foot of dimension. So there is a sort of setback in that relationship between property line and right-of-way. This is pretty typical when you're looking down this block on the Sunset Strip in this area. The placement of this, what we tried to do is prioritize bookending it sort of adjacent to the setback in the property line, as you can see here on the right-hand side, as well as close as possible to the neighboring parcel, while also maintaining a 10-foot minimum clear path for that drive aisle access. In elevation, what that allows us to do is maintain 15-foot clear and vertical height, consistent to that 7'6" between both the east and west side, and also not allowing the sign to drop lower than 13'8" is this little knuckle part here, and 13-foot high as you're coming back towards that property line. So everything's within the code requirements of free and clear and safe experience underneath the sign from the right-of-way. Really quickly, final point of topic, the work that we did to decrease the placard dimension. So we did decrease it in total 38% in size. And I know that there were some concerns or questions in regard to a potential alternate location. For the presentation today, you can see here, the original placard was adjacent to the street. On the left-hand side, you're seeing one that's pushing it further back to the south edge of the sign, and another one that's sort of tucking it into the underside of the sign closer to the overall form of this. I think, we thought the approach where it originally really was good because it really complemented the overall design with the sort of landscape feature on one side and the sign on the other. And we're trying to find ways to allow the landscape to be as big and robust as possible. So we do have those two alternates that we have brought with us today to open up the conversation about that placard. And with that, I'm done. Thank you all.
Thank you. And is that the end of the applicant's presentation, or did you have additional?
That is the end of the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will now go to questions from commissioners before we go to public comment. Any questions of the
Chair?
applicant? Yes, please.
Chair, do we need to do the subcommittee report?
You know, we do. And we even talked about that earlier today, and my apologies for forgetting. So thank you.
I'm not sure when, but where, but when.
Right, right. So if you could please give that at this time, that would be very helpful.
Okay, so yes, Commissioners Bass, Jones, and myself reviewed this a few months ago. Overall, on the whole, we liked it very much. We felt that it plays well off of the IAC building, and having the same designer doing the same, type of green building concept, and someone with a proven track record was a plus. We discussed issues of people potentially climbing the building, the structure, drainage and leaking. We asked that we see the relationship to the Sunset Spectacular, since it's so close. So I'm hoping we can get some of those images presented. We definitely discussed the logo, and Commissioner Jones in particular, being an expert in marketing, felt that the advertising company's logo fought with the potential content in the billboard and did not add to the aesthetics. I myself think that it introduced yet another thing to the aesthetics, and should be moved, if not minimized. And Commissioner Jones made the point that anybody who knows about advertising knows that it's really easy to figure out who owns which billboards. So this type of advertising really isn't necessary. But on the whole, the subcommittee really liked the project. And I think that was the top level mini sub-report.
Thank you very much, both for the report and the reminder. So now we will do questions, if any of you have them, with the applicant before public comment. Commissioner Thomas?
Yes, I just have one question. The materials we received, which show how the sign will be positioned on the boulevard, the view shed of the west and the east, the sign appears to be obstructing the view of other billboards. And in our conversation, it was mentioned that the sign was being moved closer to the street as not to obstruct the offsite digital activation that will be at Matado. So my question is, do the views that we have in these documents accurately represent where the billboard will be, or will it be moved closer to the street?
Excuse me, Commissioner, my apologies. Oh, sorry, staff. So this is an accurate representation of where this billboard will be, both in terms of sort of elevation as well as proximity to the public right-of-way. These are plans that will get adopted and recorded as part of the official approval. And so when we go into plan check for construction, they will be referenced as a guide. So we will be required to build off of these plans, and there cannot be a change in location.
Okay. That was my only question, Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Vincent or Vice Chair Hoopengarner?
For the record, what year was the original sign erected?
I'm going to ask Mr. Shane if he knows the answer to that question.
Well, I wasn't allowed to verify the exact date, but I know it was about, I think, 1962, I would say.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Hoopengarner, questions for the applicant, or should we go to public comment at this point? This is so much easier in person when we can kind of just look at each other and shake our heads and not have to turn on and off mics. So Please go
Oh,
ahead.
I'm sorry. I was looking down, so I didn't, no, let's go to public comment.
Okay. We will do that then. David, do we have any public speakers on this?
No, Chair, I received no public comment speakers for this item. If there's anybody on the call that would like to speak, just hit *9 for me right now, and we can give you 3 minutes to speak. But at this time, it looks like we have no public speakers for this item.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So we will now go back to the applicant. They would have 5 minutes for rebuttal, which I'm suspecting there's not much of, but if there's something you feel that you missed in your initial presentation, I would welcome that at this time as well, since we have already allotted that time for you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I believe we've covered everything, but we continue to be available here to answer any questions, provide elaboration, color, or anything of that nature. Thank you.
Thank you. So we, at this point, we will close the public comment period of the meeting, of this item, and then move into deliberation, but keep the public hearing open in case we do have those additional questions. So there's only three of you, so who would like to kick it off on some conversation about this project?
Okay, Chair, I'll start.
I mean, I'm happy to, but I mean, usually the chair wraps it up. So please go ahead, Commissioner Thomas.
So it was my understanding that the spirit of the Sunset Arts and Advertising Program was to create a digital advertising outcome that was beneficial to the city, of course, but also beneficial to the public, and that we wanted projects that were going to add to the renown of West Hollywood. And while I understand and I can completely appreciate why this received a concept award, I just don't immediately see that an internally illuminated steel truss with planters and a static sign achieves the goals of the program. Sunset is an international signage district, and what we are adding to it is a static sign, so it decreases the public benefit aesthetically, and to Commissioner Hoopengarner's point in the development agreement. Also, this is a conversion of a restaurant sign into a billboard, so it's a pretty major intensification of what is already there, and I have concerns about the ways that it might seem clunky, where there has been great care to integrate the other offsite advertising more seamlessly into their environments. So that's my first point. I'm glad to see that the subcommittee addressed the operator logo at the top of the sign. And I also really think that the operator logo should be at the bottom. Just all in all, it just kind of seems out of place where we're trying to go with our advertising and digital experience, but I'm not so adverse to it as to deny the project. I would, however, ask that should a motion be made to approve this billboard, that it include that the operator logo be placed at the bottom. I confirmed with staff that almost all, if not all, of the billboards on Sunset have the operator logo at the bottom. So this would assist with continuity. And that's everything that I have.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Vincent.
And my thoughts are, that I do appreciate that, we're being creative and bringing plant life into a billboard sign and giving space to monarch butterflies and bees that are going extinct, and that whole ecosystem. I think it's a really creative sign. I also agree about the orange barrel being moved to the bottom or taken out completely. It is a little bulky for a restaurant sign, but the sign's been there 60 years. And I'm sure there's a lot of history there. And I think it's a beautiful sign, and I'm all for it.
And Commissioner Hoopengarner, Vice Chair Hoopengarner.
Just to clarify, this isn't a restaurant sign. This is off-site signage. And I think it's one thing that I had to learn my own self. So this is a sign that carries advertising not related to the property where it is located. So while it is owned by the owner of the property that has rented their space to an operator for the restaurant, the signage on this sign isn't for the restaurant. It's considered off-site signage, meaning it's for signage for something that's off-site. It's not part of this location. So that was a whole education I had to get my own self on billboards and on-site versus off-site, and there's a whole classification of terminology and all of that. So this is actually for signage for selling the Gap, the Maserati, whatever it is that they want to sell on that advertising. So that said, I rather like this project. I think it is attractive. I think it does tie to the nearby IAC building. I think it is interesting, yet integrates well into the space, especially with the greenery around the Everly. And I would absolutely vote for, I believe it was alternate 2, Andy, which is the Orange Barrel logo at the bottom of the sign. I think it makes it much more less intrusive, and importantly, you're trying to sell advertising. You don't want to compete with your own market. In other words, if you're trying to sell Microsoft a big sign, you don't want them to see the Orange Barrel sign is competing with their own advertising. They want the eye to go to their advertising. So it's in your best interest to move that Orange Barrel and make it as unobtrusive as possible while still achieving your goal of saying, hey, we did this cool thing. So I would absolutely vote for alternate 2. And if my colleagues agree with me, it sounds like you do. We can change the resolutions to make sure that that is clear. I still have a major problem with the 96 hours. That's 4 days out of 365 as a public benefit. Now, yes, there's the revenue sharing, et cetera. But I think there's just, while it's not digital and flashing, it's still lit up. It's still a new high-end sign. The 96 hours to me just seems, frankly, obscenely low. And I'm not sure, what the genesis of it was, how much we're constrained to it. But I really feel that when you're talking a 24-hour day, 96 hours is 4 days out of the whole year for your public art benefit. So I don't know where to go with that, or how would we change this, or because in the end, this is a DA that's going to go to council and they're going to make the final decision. But obviously the operator will have their thoughts on that. But it just seems, especially when we think about one of the ideas behind this, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong. The idea is that we have the ability to sort of go down the boulevard and create an art project out of the whole boulevard with our time. If we only have 4 days on these signs, that ability diminishes. And we don't have that, okay, we're going to do gay pride down the whole boulevard on all of our digital properties, all on the same afternoon for the Sunset Music Festival. Please, please, one day, sometime in the next millennium, we're out in the world again. But for whatever festival, for whatever event, for the Oscars, for the Emmys, for the Tonys, for the, you know, whatever it is that we want to celebrate in West Hollywood, only 4 days total is, to me, very limiting in terms of achieving that overall program.
Vice Chair, are you asking for a change in policy or specific to this project?
Well, here's the thing about that is that the development agreement, we can only make a recommendation. In the end, City Council is going to make the decision. And obviously this is a negotiation with the operator, okay? And I'm not saying we should ask for 50 days out of the year. I don't feel that that's appropriate either. But I do feel that 4 seems inappropriate given the stated goals of this program, and that there's some way to increase that in a way that helps you achieve, you know, some of the things that you're talking about doing. And I think when we first talked about this program, and I don't remember if it was on Long Range or where it was. Adam, were you there? But we, you know, the whole concept was this idea of being able to create this integrated art environment, having the Sunset Billboard art show, you know, and have a juried show with, you know, a dozen, you know, artists up and coming, and, you know, show their art and make it a destination event. That was the idea, is to bring foot traffic into the boulevard. And to do that, you need that digital face to do that thing. So those are my thoughts. I am inclined to support the project, but certainly with the modification on the logo, I'm not sure how my colleagues feel about the 96 hours.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I won't echo a lot of what the rest of you said. I would simply ask staff if we can include a condition suggesting that the orange barrel media sign move to the bottom of the billboard. And if we could somehow, I don't believe it belongs in this particular resolution because it's a larger policy for the whole billboard process, but somehow report to the city council that we would suggest more than 96 hours in these DAs going forward. I don't think that pertains to this one, but I do believe that that communication would be appropriate from the commission as we have this conversation. Are those things we can accomplish? And before someone else jumps in, as this is the last item I'm hearing on the planning commission, I'm going to attempt a motion once I get an answer from the staff. So
yeah, I want to just a couple of those.
Please.
Couple of those things, yeah. As far as the 96 hours goes, that was part of a very carefully crafted and calculated discussion with the city council when the program was adopted. And to Commissioner Hubernagar's point about the scope of an art program, the digital signage are really going to be the heavy lift on that. I mean, that's 17.5%. That's 91,980 minutes per sign. At full build out, that's 3 million minutes per year across 40,000 square feet of digital signage. So in comparison, yeah, 96 hours on a static sign is small. But again, that was very thought through at the council level. And one thing that we had to negotiate, I think quite tactfully to get sign industry folks, property owners on board, was that delineation between those. It is set at a minimum, however. But one thing to keep in mind is the city is on the hook for providing that art content on there. So there's a city cost to that. So the sign operator gives us the time. They don't provide the actual content, or they don't bear the expense. Obviously, they are paying a public benefit payment, which is generous, but it would come against city revenues. As far as the program overall, to Commissioner Thomas's comments, yes, while the main focus is digital, it does cover all signage, offsite advertising signage on the Sunset Strip, static or digital. And I would say the bar is exceptionally high for all projects, but there are some occasions, this one in particular, where we were asked to create some aesthetic improvements on the Sunset Strip. There are some signs like Mr. Shane's sign, which is a residual artifact from the past era. Some of these exist, and we were told to find ways to clean those up and make aesthetic improvements on the strip. So in general, we see those as having, again, exceptionally high bar, but perhaps not the same bar that we would expect from a digital sign, which is definitely more impactful and has more opportunity for high, aesthetic considerations.
I'm sorry, just one quick thing. I thought that the policy stipulated that the operator did have to invest in curator fees for the art projects.
They do, however, and that's going to come out of their public benefit payment. And if there's a 1% for art fee on top of that, that helps cover it. However, if we were to triple, quadruple their time, the city's expense goes up commensurate with that.
Okay, thank you. I understand.
Brian, could you clarify something for me operationally? Okay. I think digital signs are pretty clear. You go to your computer, you go shh, and boom, the sign becomes, Gucci bags instead of Microsoft computers, right? It's just boop, magical. Okay. Help me understand physically, when you talk about a static sign, are we back to sort of, ooh, we've got a big piece of paper we stick inside the glass and it gets lit up from behind? Physically, explain to us how a static sign is different from a digital.
Well, there's a couple, yeah. I mean, most of the billboards up there are a vinyl wrap that you would roll out there. This one's a little different. I might need the Orange Rail folks to explain how a light box type sign works, because there are some specifications there that are unique to that type of sign. As it relates to the art program, we would get those specs and understand how to operate that, turn that over to an art curator, or if it's city content, to kind of play around with that medium. So I don't know if the Orangeville folks might be able to answer that specific question.
I think this is particularly important back to the 96 hours and your very good point, Brian, about the cost of creating the content. That if we're physically printing a, whatever it is, 50 feet by 100-foot thing that we're sticking behind a light box, and we're going to that expense only for 4 days worth of content, what is the practicality of that?
Yeah, again, I think this is an Orange Barrel answer. I mean, you can give us a sense of the cost or what would be entailed with replacing one of the sign faces.
I don't have, Commissioner, you'll forgive me, that exact cost for this exact spec. What I can tell you is, it is a manageable cost if the commission, if the city chooses to take advantage of it. We are also open to looking at other creative ways that the city can take advantage of that 96 hours. There may be stuff that we can do that doesn't involve printing a vinyl and posting something up. This is really the first of its kind. And so we're very game to be flexible. We want to make this as special as it can be. So we'll work with the city on figuring out how to make it economical, as well as overused term, but magical.
I think that would be important, because it's, you're gonna spend a great deal of time and effort coming up with content, and then you're gonna go print it, and then you're gonna hang it, and then it's gonna be there 4 days, and I won't even see it because I don't get to the Sunset Boulevard every 4. It's like, how does that work?
Well, and please go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, the way that we've had it envisioned is the static signs would truly be reserved for big special events on the strip. Those juried exhibitions, art fairs, festivals, whereas the digital are going to be running continually. And so it's going to be a little more targeted and focused for the static, simply because there's a physical thing that has to be produced and put up on that sign by the city.
Commissioner Hoopengartner, yes.
Sorry. So to be clear, we are talking sort of open the door, put the vinyl inside, close the door, light from behind. That's how it physically works.
Correct.
Okay.
You're seeing nodding from my client Clay, who's, by the way, so Clay heads the West Hollywood office, is a West Hollywood resident, and you will see him in particular hanging from the sign and putting the city's vinyl up for 96 hours a year.
Hopefully not. But that is all correct. It's a vinyl that's printed and then printed on or painted on and then installed into the cabinet. And of course, the costs associated with that are the vinyl, the actual production cost, plus the labor to get it all up and hung. So to your point, much more cost effective to run art through a digital in the magic computer land. So there are costs associated with that, but that's all correct.
Yeah, I think that's really important. Back to the 96 hours. You're going to go to all that effort and make this big thing, and it'll hang for a couple of days and then it's gone.
And, you know, Commissioner, forgive me for engaging in a bit of a dialogue. I think that's a point that's very well made. You know, the 96 hours is one that was established by the council. So that's why I believe it's in our development agreement. But you're hearing from me, and Clay is on here, and we've been communicating about this. And I know that Mr. Shane is also very much happy to work with the city to see if there are other ways that we can achieve the city's goals without going through quite as many hoops in order to achieve it. So fortunately, this sign will be here for quite some time. The development agreement runs for quite some time. So we'll also have time to figure out how to get this right.
And you guys, let's face it, you're the guinea pigs here. This is our very first, and I'm sure we're going to learn from this, and then we're going to go, well, that didn't work. let's try something else. But I think these are important conversations to have sooner rather than later.
And we are grateful for the opportunity to be guinea pigs. So thank you.
I can see a little hamster wheel right in the middle of that garden.
So I believe that we have had, everyone's been heard. Anything else from my colleagues? Or I will attempt to make a motion here. Unless, can staff suggest a condition on that we can add to the resolution about the Orange Metal Media sign moving to the bottom? Do you have language you want to read in for that? Because I intend to include it in my motion.
We do not, but we can speak specifically to the exhibit that they showed. Do you remember which option it was?
I don't.
Alternate 2.
Alternate 2, there we go.
So do we need to change the resolution anyway to reflect that we are recommending alternate 2?
Yes.
While you're thinking about that, Brian, I just want to reiterate something that came up at the subcommittee, and that was the fact that we need to develop guidelines about this type of, what is it officially called? There's a word for it, the operator signage.
Right, so there are currently not guidelines for that logo. I don't know what the industry term is for it. And, one point I would make is that, we're looking for things that are not standard for the billboard industry in terms of format, design, aesthetic consideration. We're really trying to push the industry. And so to the extent that we can do that, by all means, and we can have some internal guidance based on, I think, what is discussed here that I can share with the operators. And I'd be happy to do that at the subcommittee level.
Yeah, I think we discussed the concept of, some minimums, maximums in terms of that component at the subcommittee level. So, I mean, to the extent that you have the other guidelines, that just seemed to be one that needed to get kind of layered in.
And we do intend to make refinements to the policy from time to time, and that's one thing that if there's, I think there's enough force behind that we could codify.
Thank you. I think Lauren, you have language that I keep seeing you try to weigh in.
I'm scrolling through all the resolutions. So in the billboard permit, I think it's attachment C in the agenda item. That's the one with the conditions of approval on the actual sign. And project description condition 2.2 talks about the plans that are being approved. So in that condition, it says this approval is for new offsite advertising billboard as shown on the plans dated February 22nd, 2021, and which are those plans reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission at its meeting on April 15th, 2021. And then I would add as revised through alternative 2 from the applicant. And then the other change I would make is I would say the same thing in attachment A, which is the development agreement resolution, just in section 8, where you're making your recommendation. Based on the foregoing, the Planning Commission of the City of West Hollywood hereby recommends that the City Council approve the requested development agreement in substantially the form as provided in the draft development agreement link shown as an exhibit to the resolution, and with plan signs revised as set forth in alternative 2. And I think that will convey to the council.
I would say
alternative.
alternative 2 as presented at this hearing date.
Yes, that's fine.
And then the other thing is note that on 2.2, it references plan dates of February 22, but these are plan dates of February 19.
Interesting. Okay.
That date is the date that they come in, so they get revised a lot. So the last date that they were revised was the date of the electronic file.
Okay, I don't know how that works because I've got a physical file that says February 19.
Right, and there would have been revisions within the document itself. And so in order, because there's so many revisions, in order to keep track of the latest and greatest, we changed the electronic file name. And so that's the date that I try to track. Otherwise, it's kind of impossible to track them.
Okay, so with the language that Lauren recommended, in addition to the correction of the date, I believe that Commissioner Hoopengarner suggested, Vice Chair Hoopengarner, forgive me, I'm getting tired. I would make those changes to the resolution, and my motion would also just ask that staff relay, whether it be through a staff report, through our minutes that are attached to the City Council, in some way that makes it clear to the City Council that there was a robust conversation as to whether or not 96 hours was sufficient on a sign like this, because that's decided at their level and is not particular to this project, but rather projects like this one. And so I don't want to tie it to this resolution, but rather a bigger communication with the City Council. Is that clear enough for a motion?
Chair, I'm sorry. I have a little bit of pushback to the date. Should the date not be the latest revision? That's the only pushback I have to the motion. So that it's just clear to everyone, so that we're all working from the same documents. I think Vice Chair wanted the original date. My understanding, maybe I'm confused, but the revision date makes more sense to me.
Which day, which version were we presented tonight at this meeting? And that's the one that's
on
the date.
On the face of our piece of paper, it says February 19. Okay. Now I understand Jennifer's point that they may have gotten a February 22 version of the PDF that reflects this February 19 date, but I physically got a package from, USA Printing that physically says on the cover 219.
I understand. Okay.
Can we just say as presented at the Planning Commission meeting, rather than hashing out that specific date? I think that, yeah, Jennifer?
There is another way to do this. It's just to have amend the resolutions to say and the orange barrel sign shall be at the bottom of the billboard. And then the plans will be changed when they go to the city, before they go to city, presented to city council.
Although the date of the plans was already in the resolution, it wasn't relevant. It wasn't germane to the actual modification we were doing.
Well, I'm just talking about being able to capture the change that you want in the OBM sign.
Oh, yeah. So 2 points.
I think that part's covered. It's what date are we using, the 19th to the 22nd. And I just went to the city's website, clicked on the link, and it says February 19th on the city's website. So if a member of the public were following along with us tonight, February 19th would be the version of the minutes they saw on the city's website. And so that would be the date that I would be most comfortable with. So my motion will include that date, since that's what's on the city's website as of right now. So that would be my motion if there's a second.
I'm
Second.
so confused.
Commissioner Thomas seconds my motion. And my motion also includes closing the public hearing. And as this is simply a recommendation, I'm guessing that the plans will also change before it gets to city council. So our recommendation is based on these plans. What they actually approve is that date will be far more important, I would think. So no further discussion that I see. I will ask David to call the roll.
Thank you. Commissioner Vincent,
Yes.
Commissioner Thomas,
Yes.
Vice Chair Huppengarner,
Yes.
Chair Bass,
Yes.
and recommendations for all resolutions passes, noting 4 ayes. We have 1 absent, Commissioner Jones, and 2 recusals, Commissioner Buckner and Commissioner Carvalho. Motion carries. There is no appeal process if this is a recommendation to City Council.
Thank you very much. The next item, the next 3 items, new business, unfinished business, and excluded consent calendar. There is none. So we'll go to item 14, which is items from staff, the planning manager's report.
Good evening. Sorry, let me just pull this up. I'm going to update you on the upcoming items for Planning Commission. Our next meeting will be on May 6th. We will welcome our 2 new commissioners, which is very exciting. We will have special elections to elect a chair because our chair is leaving us, and a vice chair as needed for partial terms through the end of June, at which time we would have another election for the full term. There's also going to be a subdivision on that agenda, which is not our typical subdivision like we saw tonight. It will be a condo conversion subdivision. So the staff report will be on that, but just a heads up on that, it'll be a little bit different. And we'll also have a study session for the housing element kickoff. On the following meeting on May 20th, we've got a couple more billboards that like the ones we've seen so far. Likely also multifamily housing building on Shoreham Drive at 8760, which the commission has seen before. I don't know who among us will still has reviewed it, but not sure yet if that's, again, that May 20th is a while out, so we'll see how that shapes up. And then subcommittee appointments will happen at the May 20th meeting with the new full commission in place. After that, we don't have anything in yet on June 3rd, June 17th. It looks like a couple billboards might be coming forward as well, but again, that's a ways out, so we won't get too specific on that yet. We talked about the subcommittees already, I think, earlier. Did you want an update on what's coming up on the subcommittees? Any other ones? Yeah, okay. So it looks like on Planning Commission Design Review Subcommittee on April 22nd, which is next week, we've got two items that are fairly close to each other. One is at 1300 Crescent Heights, which is a 5-story apartment building, and one is at 1301 Fairfax at the corner of Fairfax and Fountain. We'll review those at Design Review Subcommittee next week. At the Sunset Arts and Advertising Subcommittee on May 13th is the next meeting. We'll be looking at the billboard at 8947 Sunset Boulevard. And then in Long Range Project Subcommittee on May 20th, it's the next meeting. And we'll be talking about billboards not on Sunset Boulevard and an update on the WeHo West neighborhood design guidelines update. So it's May 20th. I wanted to let you all know that Metro is holding, it looks like 3 scoping meetings for the northern extension of the Crenshaw LAX line. A scoping meeting, as you may know, but for the public who may be watching, is where the public is given a chance to comment on the scope and of the CEQA document. So an EIR, what topic areas it covers, what questions may come up. So the public is given input at the very beginning of an EIR process, and that's what this meeting is for. So Thursday, April 29th at 11:30 a.m. These are all virtual. I'm just making sure. Okay. Thursday, April 29th at 11:30. There's another one Thursday, May 6th at 6:30 p.m. and Saturday, May 8th at 10 a.m. And I would say if you're interested in that, you can contact David Fenn in the Long Range Planning Department or Division, excuse me. Or you can contact Robin Eason, who's the planning manager in the Long Range Planning Division, and they can give you all the information on that. Or you can go to find the Zoom links at whamrail.com. That's wham, as in the band, rail.com. So those are my updates. I did want to say something briefly about just to our outgoing commissioners. I know Commissioner Buckner is no longer with us tonight, but hopefully she's watching or will watch and so she can know how much I appreciate her input and insight and thoughtful comments over the years. It feels like the end of an era because I think she was the last one among us who was in the meetings in the old auditorium, so we'll miss her for sure. So we've spent 13 years appreciating all of her good comments and insights. So that's going to be a blow, but I'm sure that she's got big shoes to fill, but I'm sure that they will be filled by our new commissioners. And then Chair Bass, you're newer, but also very dear to us, and we will certainly miss you. You may not remember, but the first time I met you was at a neighborhood meeting, and you made very astute and reasonable and thoughtful comments. And I was like, oh, that was a positive interaction. And so when I heard that you were appointed to the commission, I was very optimistic at how you would be as a commissioner, and I was not disappointed. So thank you so much for the years of your service. It's been great to have you, and I wish you the best of luck in your next adventures. And thank you very much. So anyway, with that, unless you have questions for me, that's all I've got.
Well, thank you very much. When you said you saw me at a neighborhood meeting, you never know at those neighborhood meetings. Tempers can fly sometimes. So I'm glad that it was a good interaction. I try. Are there any other questions for our planning manager before we move along?
Just a comment, in 4 years, we've never had a subdivision, a condo conversion, okay? And so I, for one, would like a good education on the process. So between you legal, if you can help us make sure that your staff report kind of gives us good guidelines. It's obviously going to be significantly different than what just happened tonight, which was just, drawing lines on a map. This is right. This is an actual conversion of an apartment building to condos. So I think there's going to be a big education process, because I don't know when the last time one of those happened in this town. It's been a long time.
We discussed one about a year ago. I think it was our first virtual meeting, but it never ended up going through. I think it was continued and it never came back. But we'll be sure to give you as much information as we can, and I'm sure there will be questions, and we'll try our best to answer them.
Yeah, especially since we have, we'll have 4 new people as well. So it's going to be, it'll be a big learning curve for everybody on that one.
That's true.
And I'm going to put myself at the top of that list because I've never discussed it before.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is for public comment. And David, do we have anyone who's stuck with us who'd like to speak now?
If there is anyone, please star 9 if you'd like to speak at this time for a general public comment. I have no public comment speakers. I do have one. Hang on just a second. Go ahead. Let me see if I can find him. Here we go. There we go. Go ahead, star 6, and you have 3 minutes to speak. Please introduce your name and your city of residence.
Hello,
Okay.
my name is Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you so much. My name is Buana, and I'm a resident of Dallas, Texas. You know, I did go through Hollywood in 2019, and I just wanted to say thank you for what you guys do for West Hollywood. Thank you so much. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And that's all we have, Chair.
It's a very good note to end on. I appreciate the comment.
Oops, you went mute.
It says the host muted me, so you're calling somebody else chair earlier in the meeting. Now you're muting me. I'm still here for at least a few more minutes, David. No, David, you do. You know, when we transitioned over to Zoom meetings, you just did an incredible job to facilitate this. So I'm giving you a hard time now, but I'm kind of bleeding into commissioner comments here. I just want to acknowledge that this probably has not been easy for anyone on staff, but you in particular running these Zoom meetings, I do appreciate it. The next item on our agenda is commissioner comments. If anyone has anything else, seeing none, then
I'll just say, you know, thank you, Adam. You know, I'm wishing you bon chance in all of your adventures. I'm sure we'll see you around the hood. I'm just waiting for the day you show up at the public comment in the council chambers on an item.
Well, if you can put in a good word with UCLA admissions, then you might just see me there sometime soon. I'll hear that one next week. So,
oh, well, yeah, then you could stay local.
Exactly. With that, seeing no further comment, it's been an honor, and I will adjourn this meeting to the next meeting of the Planning Commission to be held on May 6, 2021 via this virtual format. And thank you all. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.
Night, everyone.